How about now? Can you hear me now? Yeah, you got that delay you got to worry about. All right. So I've been talking with no mic for a few seconds now. That's great. That's very me. My lights aren't working. What do you mean my lights aren't working? Oh, my dude's not lighting up. Why am I not? Why am I not lighting up? It says I should be lighting up, and I'm not lighting up. What if I... You know what? Let's kill this. And... Okay. I think I should be working now. Yeah, I'm working now. That's good. Okay. That's, I don't know why it's doing that. What's up, Walrus? It's great seeing you. Glad that you could join me this time around. Oh yeah, you were playing D&D last time. You didn't get to experience the raid. That was insane. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and get started on actual painting. But yeah, man, you missed out. There was like a huge raid that came through out of nowhere from someone who streams like 2 days a week. It was pretty insane. Start the red first or the bone first? Let's go with the red. I'm gonna do highlights on the red real quick. So I need to have some paint. My palette looks nasty, but it doesn't look that way to y'all. That's cool. I'm glad that y'all don't see how gross my palette is on. I had to work a little bit. Oh yeah, it was fantastic. And having a whole bunch of people show up all at once was also pretty great. Will we replicate that? Probably not. Like I said, the guy who raided us only streams like 2 days a week, so we're definitely gonna miss him this week. If he decided to raid us again, but maybe next week. If ever. Yeah. A lot of fun. So still working on this guy, but you know what? This is probably the wrong brush. This is definitely the wrong brush. I shouldn't use this brush. This brush is too big. I need to use some. I don't have a good place. Do something a lot smaller. Let's go with a 1 instead of 4. The 4 was too much. All right. Already looking kind of pink. Let's see how pink we can get it. It's supposed to be red, but those aren't the choices that the paint's actually decided to go with. Move the microphone a little bit so it's pointing at me. How's that look? Can you actually see me doing anything there? Not really. You can't really see what I'm doing. But to be fair, I can barely see what I'm doing. Let's try to get that. That's not flowing the way I want it to flow. My lights are also a little bright. I might need to drop my lighting down a little bit so y'all can see better. It's kind of washing it out. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Chat did. We had a discussion last time about having our own Space Marine chapter for the channel. We kind of decided on the colors of black and orange. Fitting the channel colors. We're gonna go black, orange, and white. One guy said to use silver as an accent. probably show up at some point in time. He always randomly appears. The Spooky Sentinels. I mean, we could maybe a less effeminate name. Effeminate's not the right word. But I doubt that would work out well. But you're right. It's a level of... It is kind of a Halloween theme, isn't it? But so far... As far as like actual colors have gone, the proposals have been a split down the middle between the black and orange, and then there's been essentially taking the Dusk Raiders and swapping out the red for orange and the gold for silver. So it'd be like one arm and shoulder pad orange, and then the rest of the body pretty much black with silver trim. I like the idea of it. I would probably end up switching the orange over to the left arm instead of the right arm, because I find that a lot of those that do one arm as their accent color have a tendency of being the right arm. And it'd be more interesting to make it the left to me. Yeah, a name has not been decided on, though. I haven't been able to think of anything either. We also tried to think of a lot of, like, who they would sire from. I don't have an emblem yet. So, there really haven't been a whole lot of discussions on that either. Well, we did talk about doing a pair of crossed scythes. That's I know there is a chapter that already has that, but it's not like you can't have multiple chapters that have the same emblem. Like, because there's so many that have just a skull. There's that as well. Hasn't been a lot of compiling notes on what we actually want to end up doing. I mean, in all reality, we mostly just have screenshots of chat from last time whenever we were talking about it. We could have gotten further along last time, but the camera died. Just change the color like the Crimson Fist. I mean, that is an option. Like right now, unfortunately, I do have Marines done that that are like built, that I will probably end up testing different themes on. But their shoulder pads that are on them right now, because of the chapters that I've been doing, they already have the hawk symbol on their shoulders. So they'll make good test models, but they won't actually end up in the army, because I don't want to have to take the time to go through and re-shoulder them. But they'll be good tests. I want to test out a bunch of schemes, because like I said, there was the idea of like switching out the colors like the Dusk Raiders. There's the idea of splitting it down the middle with orange and black. I also I don't know if it was me that said it first, but there was the idea of doing like the quartering pattern, where like the top half of the body is one way, and then the bottom half of the body just essentially mirrors it. We talked about doing that, which could also be a lot of fun. It would be very difficult, but it could be pretty fun. Is this showing up on camera at all? Like, you see me doing things, but you can't really see the actual result of what I'm doing. That's unfortunate. Let me see if I turn on the brightness. If I turn on the brightness a little, does that help it come through what I'm doing? It's really just on his little plume. So, no, not really. The camera's kind of muddy, so yeah, that's not. Solid orange with black accents like most chapters. Well, I mean, that's an option, like making them essentially orange blood angels. That is an option. How many Marines do I have that we can test on? I've got 5 Marines that we have that are just primed up and ready to go. So, yeah, it's going to be all Primaris. I don't have anything that's not Primaris right now, unfortunately. Actually, you know what? I don't even think I'll be able to get anything that's not Primaris. Are we going to do printable bits? I would like to. I would like to be able to actually print out their shoulders. That doesn't necessarily mean... that doesn't necessarily mean that we have to. I can try freehanding. It would be a longer, more complicated endeavor. But printable bits would be not, like I said, being able to actually print out the shoulders, because it does give that extra definition to them whenever you're working on it. I would like to be able to do that. It's not a necessity, though. Yes, I agree. Freehand is going to be a painful experience. I agree with that 100%. But if that's what... Oh, that's bad. I need to think that more. But if freehanding is what we end up having to do, it's what we end up having to do. Now, if it's something as complicated as like what the Sons of the Phoenix emblem looks like, no, there's no way in hell I'm freehanding that. Because that symbol is crazy. I also, I'm not really a good freehand artist. I mean, let's face it, I am more of a cell shaded appearance rather than the comic book style you tend to see with like professional painters. I don't really care for like the comic book look personally. I mean, they look fantastic. I'm not going to disparage that at all. They look fantastic, and I would love to have the skill to do that, but I do not possess that skill. But I am pretty good at making something looking cell shaded accidentally. So that's typically what I end up going for. But so yeah, freehanding, I would rather not. I'd rather be able to get something with like a shoulder that's just printable. I mean, there's always the option of going with like the traditional skull. Like there's so many chapters that just use a skull or just use a fist or something like that. When we were trying to write the lore of this chapter, I need to thin. I'm doing so bad. When we were writing the lore of this chapter, I decided. Everybody was discussing it, but I ended up deciding we were going to make them one of Belisarius Call's experiments, like how he was doing with some of the other Traitor Legions, using their gene seed to make new Primaris Marines. And we were going to use Mortarion as the chapter that as the gene seed that's used for them. But they weren't going to be like labeled as Sons of Mortarion. We're going to try to label them as something else. There was discussions of making them not Imperial Fists, Iron Hands. There was talk about making them dressed up as Iron Hands Sons or even Space Wolves. We discussed both of those as being the chapters that they on paper come from, but they're actually Sons of Mortarion. Because Call likes to experiment and do things that he's not supposed to. That was the conclusion we kind of come to. I don't know. Do you have any suggestions for anything like that? Any suggestions for a weird quirk? Because I hadn't really considered it. Just because... Not just because I hadn't. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I hadn't thought about anything. We didn't get very far in the discussion because, like I said, my camera ended up crapping out, so we didn't get to talk about it anymore. And, I don't know how many of those people are going to be able to come back this stream. I don't have a counter on this screen. I have... Oh, 2 people. Yeah, that makes sense. Now, what am I talking about? Like, I'm looking at this wrong. This is... How do I... I don't know how to... I had it up last time. I can't find it this time. Oh, there it is. Oh, there's a ton of AFKs here. Okay, cool. That makes sense. So yeah. It's we hadn't really thought about a quirk. I was thinking of making them more of a defensive Legion chapter. Death Guard, maybe something like scales or rock, like skin. Huh. I hadn't thought about that. I mean, is that like a thing with Death Guard that you typically see? Like some funkiness with their... I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, you could. Because, like, rock-like skin sounds more salamanders to me, personally. But that's me. Hey, what's up, man? Great to see you come back. I, honestly didn't know how many people were going to come back from that raid. Good to see you. We're talking about the custom Space Marine chapter that we were talking about last time. Walrus in there is actually a personal friend of mine. And what just happened? Why did my chat disappear? Okay, cool. Anyways, yeah, so Walrus in the chat, he's no, but Shark Hardens are Sharkman, I'm pretty sure the Raven Guard successors. Oh, I hadn't considered that. You're right. We can so yeah, we could do something like a rock or a scaly skin. That's gonna be difficult to convey on Space Marines since so little of their bodies show. It's usually just their faces, if anything. I could try to freehand some scales into their armor on like the on like an arm or something like that. Kind of give it the Alpha Legion treatment. I don't know how well that would end up working out. This is turning so pink. Turning so pink. I should have gotten a different red. That's fine. My I guess my brutes are gonna be pink and bone. I am not getting water on my palette. So yeah, you're right. We could do something like that. I don't know, like I said, I just don't know how I would end up conveying that into the paint job. We'll have to end up going through and I'm not getting enough water. I don't want to like straight up put a drop into this paint. That would just wreck it. But it is not working out the way I want it to. There we go. That's more of what I want. Are you going to paint the skin red or base to switch in the next steps? Right now I'm mostly working on the fabrics and the armor. I haven't decided with like you can kind of see how his where his skin kind of pokes through on this. My main focus with these models was to test out the Fanatics paints to see how I like them. I'm really liking them. I'm hating that I've picked the wrong ones to work together, because this one is on camera it's kind of an orangey pink. On my screen it's just pink. Or like here personally, it's just pink. It looks orangey on camera, but it is not. It is just pink. These are actually some very cool reds. Well, for as cool as you can make red. So it's I hadn't really considered what I was going to do with the skin though, because I just hadn't thought that far ahead, because I typically don't. That just completely erased some of the other colors. So yeah, really the idea right now is if I can pin this in a way to behave like I want it to. Just catch some of the edges on these bandages that they've got. That's what I want. Well, whether or not I succeed, that is mostly in the ability I have to paint, which is not very great. Well, in my opinion, it's not that very great, but hey, some people like my paint jobs. Now that I'm looking at it, it's actually turning out pretty good. I would love it if I could express on camera how this looks. I probably need to go through and take the time to figure out my white balance before our next stream. That would most likely help considerably. Go right ahead and get the back side of this leg. I am actually looking at it. It does. Whenever I get, whenever I finish him up and we go in through and we do pictures, I'll definitely put him down below like I did with Octrin. And you know what? You're right, CMP. I really need to think about what to do with the skin. Right now, I've got like typical white guy skin, but I haven't actually done any shading or highlighting with it. Once I finish with this red, my plan was actually to work on the bone, but since you mention it, I should probably go in and take the time to do the skin, because it is such a low layer. And it does give a little bit more oomph. Since there's so little of it, you can really define what it looks like. Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if you were here, I don't really do the typical comic book style that you see with good miniature painters. You usually see the really nice blends, all that kind of stuff. I fail at blending constantly, so I typically go cell shaded, which works. That is honestly what works best for me with some of the definition that these models have, especially these Conquest models. It works really great for those. It works really good for the actual Borderlands models that I've also been doing. Whenever I'm actually able to succeed at painting those, because they are so incredible. I'm not getting any paint on the model, am I? I'm really not. If I am, it's not coming through. It's so thick on my palette. I don't know what's going on. It's so thick, and it comes off. Whenever I test it, it comes off fine. Whenever I actually try to apply it, I am not succeeding. There we go. That's actually off. That might have been a little thick, but that's okay. Yeah, okay. That's better. Actually get some of those raised areas. You know, theoretically, I could have done this with a dry brush, and it would have come out the way I wanted it to. But I also suck at dry brushing. I really, like, I've looked at all of the how-to-dos videos that everybody has. That everybody's like, use a dry brush palette, things like that, and I do that. And they still end up chalky. They still end up chalky, or they end up with too much of that on there, or not enough. It's usually one or the other. They usually get nothing, or too much, or end up super chalky. Have I done the arms? I have not done the arms. I've done the plume. I've done the little dick cloth. It's okay. Let's move on to the arms. Getting those. There we go. Get a nice banding. You know, it might behoove me to actually think about doing the skin differently. I don't know. I might darken it down. Not positive about that. I could possibly use the color that's on there as the highlight rather than the mid-tone or the shadow tone. Anybody else have any thoughts about what to do with that? I'm completely open to changing things up. He doesn't have a lot of flesh that actually shows. Or, you know, there's always a possibility of me completely misunderstanding your comment. You were asking something else. Wouldn't be the first time I've misunderstood what somebody was asking me on stream. Okay. Thicker than I wanted it to be. Get over that. Cover up that line. Some of these are a little too, the paint is a little too thin. And in my attempts to get it to flow, it's not putting down as much pigment. That is purely, that is 100% me not working. It also might be this brush. I might need to go with a different brush. I may have chose something too small. Can't keep it moist long enough. That makes sense? Trying to do too much with too little. That feels like the truth. It feels like I'm trying to do too much with too little. Trying to get some of this to lay down the way it needs to is just futility. Oh, headphones are falling off. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, I'm gonna change the brush out. The paint's drying on is drying out on the brush too quickly. So that's That's not what I need. We're going to bump up to a number 2. Do I have a clean number 2 anywhere? That's a clean. Oh, there we go. Okay. Let's see how this works. Nice sharp tip. That's working out. Not a lot, but it is working out a little better. So last stream we had to cut it short because of the camera issues. And last stream I said I wanted to get to a certain point before ending, which did not happen. I wanted to get more of the mid-tone for the bone done. We ended up not getting that done. I did all that off camera, getting up to the point that I wanted to be last time. Is why we're starting with the red this time around. And theory, getting possibly we should be finishing this one today. If we don't, that's a problem. If I don't finish this model today, that's definitely an issue. But we should be able to get this done. Close with this arm. I don't know about you guys. Well, y'all can't even tell. You're just watching me. It looks like I'm pretending to paint on your screen. It'll look a lot better when I actually go through and get photos done, I think. Okay, let's start planning ahead. Flesh tones. We've got tan flesh that we're using so far. The flesh tones. Could do some beige red. A little bit darker. Try shading down with that. Still maintaining somewhere around the same color. As far as for highlighting, could just go severe and go with an olive tone for the highlights. That could be fun. And that's still going. Raised bits. A little thicker than I wanted it to be, but that's fine. Okay. Did my music stop again? What the hell? I really need to pay better attention whenever I start these things up. There we go. That should keep it going. Thought I actually kept the it on in my ears this time. There we go. That's much better. I think we're done with that arm. Let's work on this one. Some of those. This definitely looks. Definitely looks more pink than it does red. But that's okay. Take a quick look over at this, see if I can refresh it. Okay, everybody's still there. Okay, that's not working the way I want it to. That's not at all doing what I wanted. That feels better. Watch it try to lay it down too thick, because I... It's a little thick. It's a little thick, and it's not enough pigment. Yeah, that's about right. I mean my lines. Like I'm not getting the fine lines that I want. Just some nice fine work on the edges there. And it's not laying it down as finely as I want to. It'll look fine when it dries, I think. But it's not doing what I want it to right now. Really just bugs the crap out of me. Get that one. Pigment down anymore. That's what I wanted to. See, what I'm trying to do, I'm going to use the tip, is not good at straight lines. Straight lines would make this look so much better. Nice, straight, fine lines look perfect, but it's not happening. Fair amount of pigment. Yeah, that's... Push the one I can... I'm now saying that I completely missed the transition on this muscle. Let's just kind of fake that. Got some of the bone coming through right there. We'll use that as a base. Again, we're running out of pigment. That worked. That worked out really well, actually. Getting those little 3 lines right there. It's not now blending in a way I don't like. Means I've thinned it down too much. Again. Want more of a stark change. Want the even blend. Because like I said, I want more of that cell shaded. That would be more stark changes than gradual. Which is not what I'm getting. Not getting what I want at all. No, it'll still look good in the end. But, whoop, I nearly dropped that off the handle. It's just not what I wanted. Okay, let's take another look at that. Yeah, I'm liking how that looks. I need to do the plume a little more. I need to do his little head plume a little. Oh, and he's got that little wrap on the head type. Oh yeah, he's got that little wrap right above his mask. So a little bit more work on it. Ever so slightly. Right there. Not really working out how I want it to still. That's fine. It's a little wider than I want it to be. Okay. So how's everyone's day going? I have been working towards getting this stream working all day. It took me 2 days to get this stupid camera to work right. It was absolutely frustrating. Well, I would love to hear about someone having a better day than what I'm experiencing. How about it, guys? How's y'all's day been going? Really got to remember about the delay on this thing. Nobody? All right. Overall good day? That's good, man. How's the dog doing? No, you've been working on getting him trained up. Has he eaten any more toads? Ooh, that is not what I want it to be. Well, I mean, yeah, he's a puppy. He peed on the couch and me over there. Well, you know, I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know that anybody would be too happy with the dog peeing on the couch. Oh, that would make it even worse. Yeah, I didn't consider that part of it. Oh. That sounds like a lot of fun cleanup. I'm sorry, brother. Yeah, I don't know that face conveys enough. All right. I think we're done with the red. Well, no, I need a little more on the dick claw. He was more mad that they vouched for him being good than he... Oh, well... I mean... Yeah. I can see that being frustrating, too. He is still a puppy, and... needs a little bit more training. Yeah, no, I have no doubt. I have no doubt he was doing good. And it just happened to be timed perfectly. Peed on the cat, like not even the floor. Like that almost seems purposeful. For it to be on the couch. Just like, oh, you wanna talk good about me? I'm gonna make sure you eat those words. Okay. I'm not doing anything. Ridiculous. Nothing's happening. He's currently crying because he's in the kennel. Oh, poor boy. I'm guessing did this happen just a little while ago? Was this just earlier today? I haven't talked to you in a few days. But if this was just a little while ago, that sucks. Oh, it was yesterday? Okay. Well, why is he locked in the kennel then? What did he do this time? Or is it just nap time kind of situation? He's being fussy. Well, he's a puppy. Define fussy. Like, can you really say it's not just, you know, his nature? I should drink something. Chewing on things that aren't his toys. Okay, all right. I understand. Yeah, no, I would probably be doing the same thing you are in that case, because a buddy of mine had a I don't know what it was. It looked like a pit bull, but it wasn't a pit bull. But he had this dog that was dumb as a brick. And she would eat drywall. She would find a spot in the wall where she could get her teeth in, and then would start chewing on the drywall. And she ended up doing this like right over his bed. That became an issue. She would lick the drywall to a point, and then she'd start chewing it off the wall. It's such a weird animal. Such a weird. I don't know why she did the things that she did. Personally, I've never had an issue like that, but that's my family had a really bad tendency for the longest time to just put the dogs outside, and that's just how they treat them. They put the dog outside and forget about them. They don't make a whole hell of a lot of noise, but you don't really get to love and appreciate the animal as much. Or at least that's how I feel. I don't have a dog anymore, but that will change in the future. I don't know when in the future, but it will be a change in the future. Right now, it's just not feasible. It is not feasible for us to have a dog. I want to let him roam the backyard, but yeah, but he'll eat the toads because you haven't gotten rid of the toads. No, I know what your problem is. I mean, it's funny as hell, but especially since you didn't know that they would do that. But yeah, eat the toads, lick the toads. It's funny. Like I said, no, it is. It's absolutely possible. You know how you do it? I can tell you right now how you can get rid of all the toads. You let your dog eat them all, and they stop coming. See, I said that, and then I hear Rain start typing, and I'm really worried she's going to call me out for being an idiot. She likes to call me out for being an idiot. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Safi couldn't get a toad in her mouth. They were too big for that mouth. But licking, that's another story altogether. They eventually learn to stop doing that. Well, I say learn. They don't. They never learn. But okay, I can't speak for that one. I was not around for the chewing of rose bushes. But hey, if you want to eat thorns, that's your business. Is what I'm doing coming through? A little bit, not really. Thorns were... Yeah, thorns being the favorite part. Yeah, that totally makes sense. Why not? Why not, chew on thorns? Cut up your mouth. You know, I say that, and like sour candies are like my favorite thing to the point that I'll like melt my taste buds off. So, I get it. Sometimes you just want the pain of me. Why else would humans evolve to a point of enjoying peppers and things like that when that's a defense mechanism to get things to stop eating? Nothing else enjoys eating spicy food but humans. Yeah, like sour Skittles and whatnot. Yeah, I did the same thing. Like, eat a whole bag all at once and just melt your mouth. Skittles always seem to have more of the sour powder. How many Skittles did you eat to do that? Were you just like eating like a full 5-pound bag at once? Oh my god. Yeah, like the big 5-pound ones that have the zipper. That's intense, dude. That's a lot of Skittles to have all at once. No, I get it. I used to back whenever I lived with my family, I had one of those little candy dispensers from like Sharper Image where you put your hand under the sensor and it spits out. I was older than that, so this is a little more embarrassing for me. But I had one of those Sharper Image candy dispensers, and I filled it up with Skittles, and so like just throughout the day, would do that, would fill up with one of those big bags once a week. Probably contributes heavily as to why I have diabetes, but we're just gonna ignore that. So, no, I am like the king of eating too many sweets. Like hell, I still eat too many sweets. I try my best to get sugar-free sweets now. Yeah, minor detail. Exactly, minor details. Like I said, I try my best to do sugar-free stuff now, but it doesn't always work out that way. Why is there red there? It should not be red. I do not succeed as often as I would like, because I do have a sugar addiction. Then again, I think a lot of people do, and just nobody wants to admit to it. What was I working on? Body. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are like that, but just can't admit it. But then again, I could be wrong. That could be just me. I think the bone's starting to look a lot better now. I don't know. Can y'all see what how that looks on camera? Y'all see all the definition? I think you can. I have to look through one of my lights to be able to see it, because my iPad stream is way behind what the actual stream is. But yeah, I think you can see some of the. He's looking a lot better. I think I should have gone with more of a brown. Than a bone color as my base. I think it would have looked better. It would have given more of a. I think it would have given a better feel. But this is where we are, and I'm definitely not going back and redoing him like that. When I work on the other two, we might go with more of a dark brown base. Not a dark brown base, a light brown base. Something less beige to give more defined feeling. But this is our initial model. I might try to do a warmer red as well. I think I'm going to do a warmer red on the other ones for the bandages, so it looks less pink. It looks so pink. I know it looks kind of orange on camera. It looks so pink. I think my white balance is just off on the camera, and that's why it looks so orange. I think I've got it tuned to the wrong temperature. But, oh well. You know what I'm realizing now? I'm realizing that that CMP asked me if I was going to be doing flesh one way, and then I said, oh yeah, we'll work on the flesh next, and then I immediately started working on bone. And that's not how things should have gone. But yeah, okay. It kind of does. It kind of looks like muscle, right? Kind of looks like muscle on screen. Yeah, that's not what. Well, you know what? I'm about to lie to you. I was about to lie to you. I was going to say that it doesn't look that way in my hand. It kind of does. It kind of looks like muscle in my hand as well. So let's not lie to y'all. But maybe that's why they went with the blue for the official art. Maybe they went with the blue because like these bandages do end up looking like muscle if you go with the red. Couldn't say why they did what they did, but I can theorize, and that makes more sense than my choice to just be different because I can work with red better than I can work with other colors, which is not necessarily true with this new paint line. It would end up looking just the same using the Fanatics as it would with the blue instead of the red because of how I've decided to do these. Yeah, I'm 100% wrong. I didn't think about that whenever I was choosing the colors to do this. But hey, let's just keep going. See where this ends up. This color is going down very well. I think it's giving a lot more definition than the last round did. It's definitely striking more contrast, making that undercolor look darker. And I don't know, I need to be under the camera. I need to be under the camera for y'all to be able to see. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm going to end up finishing this guy pretty early on. I don't know what I'm going to work on next. I say that as I look at him and go, oh, I still haven't even touched the feet or the weapons yet. But we'll still probably end up finishing him fairly early on. Should get a little more water on the palette. A little bit more. Mix that through. Pin it down so it flows a little better. Pigment in there. That is too thin. That is way too... Well, maybe not. I don't know. I can't decide. I'll just lose that little bit on the tip of the brush. I just know if it's too thin, the colors don't actually ring through the way that I want them to on the model. Just want the little tippy tops. Still have all of those colors transitioning. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm getting spots that I don't want to be getting. That's okay, because it's not actually doing anything bad. Not doing anything bad. There we go. Get that up. On the top of this. Need a little bit more paint on the brush. I really do like these paints. I'm gonna want to start using them more often. Of course, I do have all of the new Pro Acrylic paints that I need to go pick up. I wonder if my LGS has them. I'm gonna have to check on that tomorrow. They probably don't. I don't think they got their ship. I don't think they're gonna get their shipment until like Thursday. That's usually when their shipments come in. Is usually Thursdays. Typically get all their GW stuff, all of their Pro Acrylic stuff on Thursday, and they put it out then. But I'm still gonna check with them tomorrow. Of course, I don't know where CMP is from. I know we were getting a lot of European viewers last stream. I know Walrus is in Texas. I don't know where CMP is from. Where are you from, man? Are you still here? I hadn't actually checked the chat to see who all is still here. Yeah, you're still here. I thought I saw a couple more names pop in. I'd love to know where people are watching from. It's really interesting to find that out. Because, what's his name? Hellman, whenever he shows up, I know he's from, I believe it was Poland, but lives in the UK. So, just knowing where folks are from, that'd be pretty cool, but at the same time, I don't think we got a whole lot of people chatting right now, so that's it. Oh, my water reserve is empty. Bump that back up. Maybe that's why my paints are doing so badly. Not keeping them actually moisturized. Okay. Back to... Yeah, like I said, I was pretty sure nobody wanted to come in and say anything like that, but that's fine. I don't blame you. I do mostly lurking as well whenever I'm watching other streams. I don't do a lot of chatting. But I can't expect other people to do it. It's nice. I love talking with you guys, but I get it. I also apparently talk more than other painting streamers. I don't know. I always usually have. I usually always have the streams muted whenever I'm watching, so I wouldn't actually know if I talk more than other people. But that was something y'all were telling me last time whenever I got busy concentrating. That most people just kind of sit there, talk, concentrate, and paint. Less of the actual chatting. And oh, Oh, I didn't even realize you had left, man. Like, I understand why you went quiet now, but it's cool. I've been trying to chat with everyone, but not everybody wants to chat, and I respect that. I would like it if everyone wanted to chat along, but whatever. It's cool. These weapons are so gross. That's... I don't know how well I'm gonna be. You say that. You say that. I'm gonna go with Oreoclast is how you pronounce that. I don't know. But I know you were sitting there lurking too, so... I see your jokes, sir. That is much thicker than I want it to be. That is much thicker. Oreo? Yeah, okay. Makes sense. That is much thicker than I want. That is such a wide line. I did not want it that long. Try it from this angle. No, let's get some more water to thin that out a little bit. That is... Okay, that is too thin. That line is so wide. That's not any better. Let's try pinpoint. That's a lot better. But still wider to be. I mean, it's not terrible. Can you even see it? Yeah, you can see it. I don't like it, but oh god. That's fine. I'll work with that. Yeah, well, and it's the actual angle on the model is so obtuse that I would have to do it with like the tip of the brush to get something thinner. And like I was saying earlier, I suck at that. Let's try to get onto this side of the blade, because whenever I did the edge earlier, that didn't work. Looking decent here. See that? Like, that's as thin as I want it to be. But actually accomplishing that requires skill, and skill is not something I've developed. Yes, I've been doing this for 4 years. I know a lot of the people who are painting on stream have probably been doing it much longer than that. But I've only been doing it since like July of 2020. Well, no, I say that. June of 2020. July is when Indominus came out. I had done a Start Collecting box before Indominus came out. And I still have those somewhere. I did a Start Collecting Chaos back then. That was my first kit. And that was back when I was still so stupid I didn't use primer. So you can imagine how poorly those models look. Oof. Little chips don't come out. Oh, that one came out pretty good. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Is like I thought about stripping them whenever I first like really got into to doing this. I really thought about stripping them and redoing all of them. Instead, whenever they were phasing out the whenever they started phasing out the Start Collecting boxes, I bought another Start Collecting Chaos just to see my progress from whenever I started to those. And yeah, and I want to say that was like a year and a half later. And it was honestly very eye-opening to see how far I had progressed in such a little amount of time. But then again, back then I had a job that was very conducive to letting me paint every day. Back then, I was an IT manager for a fulfillment company, and I had done a ton of work in getting it so that most of the IT functions kind of took care of themselves. It was just a handful of needs every now and then, and because of the nature of how fulfillment companies work, I was getting off work pretty much every day at like 2 to 2:30. Because that's when people would just start leaving for the day. Like, nobody needed to be around for the end of the day, because once the trucks come in and pick up everything, operations just kind of stop till the next day. It's really kind of dumb. I know Amazon doesn't work that way. Amazon's kind of around the clock processing, but they also do way more actual work. I say actual work. They do way more orders than like the small Shopify companies that we were working with. But yeah, so people would be leaving around 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's whenever I would leave work, because I wasn't needed unless I had a project that needed to be done while there were less people on the network. So I would leave then, and I would just come home and I would start painting. So that's really why I've got as many models as I do, is because my old job just really allowed for it. And whenever I switched careers, I lost all that time. But at the same time, around then, I got sick, and I've been out of work for a year and a half now. So I wasn't able to paint as much after getting sick, though, as you can imagine. Not only I was working for the company you just mentioned, doing customer service, and used to paint minis while talking to yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you've got a position where you're like at home and you're doing stuff like that, you can just kind of sit at your desk. It works. I don't know if that's necessarily what yours was. But yeah, if you got like a work from home position, doing a customer service or a technical service or something like that, where you're mostly remoting to the people that you're working with, you've got a little bit more of that freedom. Sent home, worked from home for a couple of months, start of COVID. See, people, I can't sympathize a lot with people of work from home during COVID, because like I said, I was working in a fulfillment company, and they were technically considered essential services because people did a lot more online shopping, and so things were from warehouse, like having 100 people in a building, everybody wearing masks, still contracting COVID. But like, I still had to go to work every day during the pandemic. Only 2 months. That's insane. If it was only 2 months, I've not heard that one before. So yeah, it was. So yeah. You understand. It was only 2 months. So yeah, I was doing everything in office. But then again, like I said, I was managing the IT department. I was the entire IT department. So like anytime anything had to get done, it was real fun to be like, hey, everybody, your internet's not going to work for like an hour. Go find something else to do. Those were really fun days. Especially when the COO was like, why is the internet down? Like, it has to be. Those kind of things, you know? It's like, sorry, dude, but it has to be down. That's too thick. Yeah. That was the kind of stuff that I was doing back then. And I did, like I said, I started working there in like 2017. I stopped working there in 2022, towards the end of 2022. I want to say it was like November. Yeah, I stopped working there in the beginning of November of 2022. And started a new career. And then in January of 2023, I had to quit my new job because I just physically couldn't do it anymore. Like, I was still just like IT. I wasn't managing IT or anything like that. I stayed in the IT industry. I was working for a network of car dealerships, is the best way I can explain it. But yeah, I was working for like a network of car dealerships, and so it had me driving around all over town, which was not a big deal. But I got sick and wasn't able to work anymore. So I ended up quitting there. I haven't really been in the workforce in about a year and a half. And as you can imagine, that takes a serious toll on your mental health, just not being able to function as a person. And painting really helps with that. And then being able to get on here with y'all has helped out considerably. Like, no, I'm not better. I'm on some new meds that are really helping. Which is really why I can sit down and do this like I do. And then yesterday I had multiple doctor's appointments that I had to deal with that were aimed at really figuring out what my problem is, because like they haven't been able to diagnose me this whole time. So, but I'm able to do this at the very least. Like, no, I'm not getting paid for it, and no, I don't expect that that's going to happen even this year, honestly. But I would love to be able to turn this into a form of a career. I'm sure really anybody who does painting just for painting. I know a lot of players, not so much. Yeah, go for it, Walrus. We'll see you back in a little while. I'll still be here. Pretty sure I'll still be here. Yeah, I haven't been streaming for very long. Wait, what do you mean dinner? Dude, it's not even 4 p.m. I know where you live. What do you mean you're making dinner at 4 o'clock? You're not old enough for that. Whatever. Well, we'll let him go and be weird. Okay. Sorry. It's just a massive tangent there. Like, I just hear, like, he says that, and I don't think anything of it, because I'm not looking at the clock. I have no clock in front of me to be able to tell what time it is, and then I just hear Rain being like, dinner, what do you mean? But, okay, yeah. You're gonna make dinner, go ahead and make dinner. It's so early. Man's like 28 years old making dinner at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Right? Did I get that number right? No, actually, I think you're younger than that. Not that you can be here to defend yourself. So, I mean, if you're gonna... Alright, whatever. Alright, we'll drop that for the time being. When he comes back, we'll chastise him then. Oh, crap, I got that somewhere too. Oh, I need more paint. I am running out of paint. I didn't put enough down initially. This guy is going by a lot faster than I was expecting him to. So we'll have to start on something else here in a little bit. I don't know if I want to work on a Space Marine or like a Tyrannid pod. Or I have like a Death Guard tank I could work on. Or I have a Borderlands miniature I could work on. I don't know what I'm going to work on next. I know I'm going to be finished in this guy here in a little while, most likely. And then I still have to put the stuff down for his base, but then that has to dry. Because I use actual texture paste. I don't do the whole super glue and dirt. I use texture paste because I really like the stuff that the Monument makes. The Monument texture pastes are really nice, so I use those a lot. Well, I say a lot. I've started using those a lot since I got them here recently. My game store still doesn't get those in stock. I went ahead and ordered them directly from. That is too thick. That is not applying the way that it should be. I need to thin that down better. Oh, I thinned that down too much. Oh, I thinned it down way too much. More pigment in the water. Oh, that's so watery now. Oh, I didn't pull any water off after putting it in the cup. Oh, that's way too... Oh, that's so bad. Get the little speck off the end. Let's see how it should flow now better, right? Better. Not be too thick. Oh, actually. Would you look at that? Now if I could just keep it out of the shadows and not put it all over. God, stupid fucking... Oh, my hands are too shaky. That's what it is. My hands are just too shaky right now. It's probably the caffeine. Because last stream, y'all are likely unaware because you weren't here for it. Or at least at the time. I have a weird way of painting where I basically do it. Yeah. That's just... it's frustrating. I'm sure you understand. No. So, like I was saying, last stream, in the early... Like, in the first hour and a half of the stream, there was nobody here. And since there was nobody here, I didn't have a reason to sit and chat with y'all. Just talking to myself, I just look crazy. But so what ended up happening was I was sitting here just painting away, and it was so relaxing. I ended up falling asleep while I was painting. So this time around, I decided to get an energy drink before stream. Start drinking it before actually going live. Last time, it was during stream that I got my energy drink, but this time it was before. So I'm a little shaky now because I'm not used to drinking energy drinks, and yeah, so it's I'm a lot shakier than usual. Okay, let's see if I can avoid completely covering the tip of this one. I hadn't even put the brush down. Yeah, definitely got the caffeine jitters. Well, and I don't know. Like, this is, like, I have a Monster. I know there's a ton of caffeine in it. I've never had this flavor before. The Ultra Fantasy Ruby Red. I've never had that flavor before. It's surprisingly good. We thought it was going to end up being grapefruit, which is a flavor I do not enjoy. But it does not taste very grapefruity. But supposedly it has all those other chemicals and whatnot in them that are supposed to give you energy. My entire hand is turning this color now. So yeah, there's obviously a ton of caffeine, and I fucked up. And I instantly fucked up. Okay. Yeah, I know there's the caffeine that you got that's in there, but there's also supposed to be all the other stuff to balance you out and whatnot. I don't believe that, but I just think it's copious amounts of caffeine to try to keep you awake. So as soon as the stream is over, I'm going to probably end up passing out. And if I end when I usually do, that means I'm going to be passing out face down in my dinner. Just because I know my luck. I haven't touched the other weapon at all. Huh. How does it look on stream? Yeah, you can tell a difference. So yeah, you've got that, and then you've got the other side. Yeah, y'all can definitely see the difference there. I think that other one looks so much better than that one. Yeah, all right, let's get started. All right, let's try doing the edges back here to start. Whenever I end up inevitably fucking them up, we can just deal with that then. It is not applying paint the way I want it to apply paint. Okay. Get this line here. Okay. That's working out better than last time. I don't know that I'm getting enough pigment down. Might have to redo that line. Matter of fact, I'm positive I'm gonna have to redo that line because it's already fading. Alright, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Let's see if we can be as successful as we were the first time. Yeah. That looks pretty good. I really like that. Alright. Some of the edges for this up here. Ooh. Well, see, and I'm kind of, like, not only do I have, like, the energy drink that I've got, I had a pretty substantial headache before stream, so I took some meds for that, which I also have caffeine in them. So I've got that extra amount in there. I might be extra jittery. It's also probably why I keep rambling on about nothing. Because, yeah, got to get that energy out somehow. And what better way than talking with y'all? Ooh, that did not work the way I wanted. It is not working. Okay. Okay, that's a look. Okay, that's not gonna flow the way I want it to, but let's try anyways. Try to get that one to match the one on the other side. It already doesn't. I think I need to thin that down again. Trying to get some more fluid in there. Get that to run a little better. That's whoop. Pressed too hard. Oh god. Oh. The wrists together. Stabilize my hand. Yeah, it doesn't look as good as on the bottom side, but it doesn't look awful. Get those right there. Okay. I mean, it could look better. Could look a lot better. But I don't think that I have the skill. Honestly, like, I don't want to suggest that it will look better if I just do this or that. I legitimately, there's a lot of times where I go, I don't know that I necessarily have the skill yet. I know I'm developing more the more I paint. I paint basically every day, which I try to challenge myself all the time. I have found a style of painting that works best for me. It doesn't work well with Space Marines, surprisingly enough, because I do more cell shaded, like I've said already during stream. That doesn't work well with Space Marines. It works well with these models. It does not work well with Space Marines, and that's with having the knowledge that we're trying to make our own chapter of Space Marines to paint on stream. Whoop. Okay. Not a great way to do this. Not a great way to do this. Let's angle more this. Get a little more water in the paint. I think that's a good consistency. Okay. And that's a little wider than I want it, but it's fine. still want to get as much of this on here. Oh, almost lost the handle there. That would have been very bad, because it would have gone right into my paint. And therefore all over my hands. And I would prefer not have paint all over my hands. Well, except for what I put there purposefully. Little gauntlets here. A lot of little raised areas. Not a lot of way to transition from highlight to mid-tone to the shadows. But I still think that came out pretty good. Yeah, that still looks pretty good. I like how that's turning out. What's your Space Marine chapter? I'm sorry, I didn't see your comment come through initially. Rain had to point it out to me. My bad. We have not really decided that. We're doing a custom chapter. So let me refresh my list of chatters real quick. I know he's not here. Well, I'm checking for Hellman. Hellman's not here. We were talking last stream about creating a custom chapter. So what we're going to end up doing is the original idea was orange, black, and white for the color scheme. But the patterning we haven't decided on yet. I haven't decided on a name either. Or even a chapter symbol. A chapter symbol is going to be very important. Because we also considered doing different units as different patterns. So, like, yeah, so they would all have, like, the same color scheme, but the colors would not necessarily be laid down the same way. But yeah, so I haven't got a name for them or anything like that. We're just going to try to do a custom chapter based on my color scheme down there in the corner. I've decided, because we're going to be doing Loyalist Marines, but they're going to be Sons of Mortarion. I think they're going to look cool. So I've got a few Space Marines already primed. Now, unfortunately, they have the shoulder pad for the chapter I was doing before. So it's got they've got a hawk head on their shoulder, which is not going to be the iconography we end up going with. But they're already primed, so we can test up a few different ways of doing them. So one thing that Hellman said was that he liked, and I hadn't thought of it until he said it. We are going to do possibly like the Dusk Raiders, where you've got like the black main body, and then one arm we were going to do in the orange, and then do silver trim instead of gold trim. So that's one option. We had another option of splitting them down the middle, black and orange. And then I think, again, we were thinking about doing silver as the trim. I was thinking white, but I honestly think white would end up looking really bad as a trim color. I usually like to do metallics for the trim, but because I just think that they look better. So yeah, there's that option. We also considered doing like quartering them, so like you split it down the middle, vertically and horizontally, and do that as black and orange, like you would see with Sons of Malice. I know there's other like Loyalist Marines that use that type of quartering. I don't know them off the top of my head. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna try out a few different schemes on a few different models and see how it comes out and decide from there. There's also a possibility, like I said, of just using of every single unit just having a different color scheme, or not a different color scheme, but a different patterning altogether. So like we've got have some Terminators, and you know they're all black, but the left arm is orange, and then have a squad of Assault Intercessors, and they're all orange with black trim, and the real thing that unifies them being the chapter symbol on their shoulder. That kind of situation's something that we've also considered, which could be fun because it means changing it up every time and not getting bored. And then if I ever actually do get the chance to play, they just look absolutely insane on the field. So these are all things that I've been thinking about. I haven't really sat down to finalize anything because, like I said, with the end of last stream, like the camera dying, it took 2 days to get the camera working right. This is my first stream having chat on screen. It took me a while to figure that one out because there's not a definitive tutorial for that anywhere. Yeah. So I've been doing a lot of work actually making the stream work. I'm really hoping, because I still don't think I have the camera completely figured. That looks bad. I still don't think I have the camera completely figured out yet. I think a large part of my problem was there's 2 aspects to it. Originally, I had it plugged into a USB hub. Just because that's... Oh, God, I'm doing so poorly. I had it plugged into a USB hub because that was the only way I could get it plugged into where my computer is and where my hobby desk is. The only way I could do it was with a USB hub. And what's up, Ghost Hawks? That's fair. That's very fair. Yeah, like I said, it was plugged into a USB hub, and I had to even extend the USB hub, so it wasn't working properly. Sure, go ahead, man. What you got? I'm anything that can make the stream better. I am all ears, because I want this to be as best quality as it can be for you guys. I definitely want y'all to be able to have a good experience with whatever's going on. So yeah, if you've got a suggestion, I am all ears. I imagine you're typing a lot. Oh, capture in, but possibly cropping and resizing. Might be easy to zoom for people to see what's slightly better. Yes. Okay. So let me look over at my other screen. I have 2 different things factoring in to how I've got this pulled up. So I've actually got you zoomed in about 30% already. I am working in 1080p. As far as the camera's resolution goes, it's zoomed in about 30% compared to what it should be like. So y'all are already getting a better view than you could be. Now, it is, in my opinion, a little lower quality because of that. Because it's a digital zoom rather than an optical zoom. And I'm working with 1080 instead of 4K. So that's part of what's going on. I'm actually okay. So this is the camera that I'm using is the Elgato face cam, but it's the 1.0 model, and I think I'm not positive about this, but I think there was a flaw in the design of the 1.0. Because they came out with the 2.0, which looks identical to it, very quickly. Like, not even a year later, it came out with the 2.0 version. So I think there's a fundamental flaw with this version of the camera. So yeah, that's probably got a lot to do with what's happening here. Another issue that I have is like I was saying earlier, my white balance is probably off, and you're getting the wrong color temperature because looking at the red wrappings on his arms, what my eye is seeing and what the camera is seeing are very, very different. So I need to work on that a bit more. So yeah, like as far as like finalizing what I'm going to end up doing with the color scheme for our Space Marines, I haven't sat down and like drafted up any examples, which I'll be doing. I'll be getting like reference sheets to put up on screen. I'll be getting a reference sheet so that I can put up on screen whenever I'm doing a particular type, whenever we're doing all of our various different versions of it. But it hasn't been the concern right now, because yeah, there's been technical issues, trying to get artwork done, trying to get other things done. Has issues with some cameras. Really just can't be captured properly. Yeah, you're right. What I want to do is I would like to get a proper DSLR for the camera. I'd like to have a proper DSLR that I can control. I can control the zoom optically rather than digitally, so that'll get it'll still be coming through clear and actually focused. The camera I currently have does not have an external power supply, so I'd be relying purely on the battery for it, and it's an older model, so I would have to get a couple more batteries. They won't hold their charge for the full time that I do the stream, and so it's just not an option right now. That might change in the future. I don't know. So right now, like I said, we've got the Elgato face cam, which isn't awful. It could be a lot worse. I could be working with a Logitech webcam, which they say they're 1080p, but then you use them and they only look like 720. So there's that. So I mean, I do have a better quality webcam that I'm working with. Could be a lot better. Like I said, I could be using a 4K. There is a 4K version of the Elgato Facecam. I don't want to pay $300 for a webcam though, and I think people can sympathize with that. $300 for a webcam is insane. One of the big UK mini streamers swears by Logitech. Yeah, okay. I'm not saying that it's bad. Okay? I'm saying they lie about the resolution of their webcams. Because you have the C120 or whatever it is, like the one Logitech webcam that everybody knows about. Like I've used it in the past. Hell, I've got one in a drawer. I mean, I could technically bust it out and try it. But it says it's a 1080 and it doesn't feel like it. It has never felt like it was a true 1080. And that bugs me. So that's why I don't. I used to use Logitech keyboards. I use Logitech mice. I have a. Now that I'm trying to think of the name of it, my brain doesn't want to work. Yeah, oh, the MX Master 3. That's what I'm using for my mouse. And I love it. I love most of what they're doing. It's just their webcams that I have a problem with. So, yeah, it's nothing against Logitech. They make great products. I argue with their claims about their resolutions on their cameras. That's all. So yeah, don't get the idea that I'm like saying Logitech is a shitty company. They're not. They make great products. It's just the webcams don't feel. And I could be wrong. Sure, yeah. I have a Pixel. I feel like it doesn't do what they say that it does. It could be. That is too watery. But then again, I don't use the camera on my phone that much anymore. I used to use it a lot more, mostly for pictures of my cat. But yeah, I don't use it that much anymore. So it doesn't really bother me. I mostly focus on stuff from my computer now. Oh, that worked out. Well, yeah, that worked out really well. So yeah. You know, like hell, I think it was proven not that long ago that the Samsung Moonshot was falsified. Because they have like that 100 times zoom or whatever. You can't see what I'm doing. I do that. They had like 100 times zoom or some bullshit like that. It was supposed to be the Moonshot. Yeah. And then it turns out it's like, oh no, you're actually putting an overlay on. You're not actually taking shots of the moon. Because it would do it even on... Like, it would improve photos that are on computer screens. And it's like, come on, guys. Like, if you can't tell what's going on, then stop making these claims. Stop lying to us. But I guess we should just expect that from really any manufacturer now. Maybe less so in Europe, because I know y'all are creating a lot more laws around what people can claim and what people are allowed to, or what companies can claim and do in regards to cell phones now, which, good on ya. I wish the states would do that, but they won't. But we let companies get away with a lot. Let's just say that. We let companies get away with almost anything they want to. But y'all are actually going, no, these are bad practices. No, this is monopoly practices. I say this also knowing that you said UK, and UK is not part of the EU anymore. Gotta get some sleep. These guys are great. Alright, man. Well, it was nice chatting with you. You have a good evening. Sleep well. I forget that, yeah, over in Europe, y'all are way later than you are here. Well, I say way later. I think it's like a 6-hour difference. Yeah, it's about 10:30. I stream every other day, 2:30 Central Time, which I believe is 8:30 your time. So if you want, go ahead. If you haven't already, go ahead and follow, man. So you'll get notified whenever I go live. Yeah, right now I'm doing every other day, 2:30 Central Time. Like I said, I believe that's 8:30 GMT, or if you're on 24-hour time, it's 20:30 GMT. Yeah, hope to see you again. Okay. Oh, feet. We need to do the leg armor. I was almost about to be like, hey, I think we're done. No, we're not. We're not even close to done. Still got to do the leg armor. But the legs will be done pretty quickly. It's a lot easier to follow the lines on the legs than it is on the weapons. And yeah, that's a lot easier to follow them. So this guy I'll be done painting him on stream today. And then I'm going to base him off screen. Since the texture paste takes so long to dry, I'm going to start, I'll like put it down on this stream, but it takes so long to dry. And then whenever I get to the actual, like, if I decide to change the color of the dirt, which I will, because the texture paste that I have is red, and I don't want red dirt with these red wrappings. Painting the texture doesn't take very long, and then putting the flock down doesn't take very long. Like, I think when we did Octrin, I guess it was last stream when we did Octrin, nobody was here for it. It took like all of 30 minutes to get the basing done. And while I could go and do a little bit more intricate basing for these guys, especially since I haven't really done more than just this one guy, it still wouldn't take up enough time. Okay, you know, I'm saying that now, and I'm thinking, oh yeah, I could do a lot more with the texture. I could elevate it with some cork or some modeling putty or things like that. I could do other things. That would still all be this stream. That wouldn't be next stream whenever it counts. So yeah, no, I'm gonna stick with what I said before. We'll start the basing. We may get a little more intricate than we did with Octrin. And that's mostly because Octrin was a part of a game. Like, yeah, these are a war game, I mean, like, a board game. It's like a defined game, and I don't want to get more intricate with some of the characters now, since I've already painted up some of them for stream. Yeah, I'll do the basing off camera. I've got more stuff to do for stream off camera, but where did what I just painted go? It just faded completely away. Yeah. So yeah, it'll get based, and then whenever it's done, I will take photos, and they will end up in my gallery down below. I'm going to start pulling some of the older ones out as I add new ones that we paint on stream in. Just because I don't want that to get full. I don't want that down below to get full of everything and just become a second Instagram. I'd rather have just the most recent stuff done, and then if anybody wants to see some of my older things or see some of the additional angles, because I do additional angles on Instagram, that you can see the back, the sides, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't want to create another Instagram down in my About section. That would be really... And even though, like, it would keep you here and hanging out more, it might also just get to be too much, and we don't want it to be too much. I'm starting to run out of paint again, but I'm on the last leg. On the last leg, so oh, I still need to do the flesh. I still didn't make his flesh look less boring. I forgot about that. That's fine. We'll get to that in a minute. How does this look on camera? Okay, it looks okay. Getting some more definition in what's going on. The boots These boots are definitely turning out better. Than the weapons did. They're definitely turning out a lot better. I guess because they're just more. There's more definition to it. I say that like the actual parts where his fists are on the weapons look pretty good, and I'm guessing it's just because there's more there than just the flat of the blades. This might not have been the best one to start this with. I was also considering, and I would love to hear y'all's opinion. I was considering doing each of the 3 brutes on stream, but changing up their color schemes for each one. So like this one, I've got the red and the bone. I was thinking about doing one like the example art there with the blue, and then maybe doing one in green or purple or something like that, and just to test out the look for them. I don't have any others of these Conquest models, so it's kind of a situation of test out the different themes, see what I like, and then whenever I do more Conquest models in the future, we have multiple themes we can go with as examples. So I would love to hear what you guys think about that, about possibly trying out different color schemes with each brute, because that's absolutely what we're going to end up doing with the Space Marines. Is we're going to be trying different, except the Space Marines, it's going to be different patterning rather than different colors, because the colors have kind of been decided on. I say kind of, they have been decided on. But trying out different patterns for them is the objective. But I'd like to know what y'all think. If you'd like to see me do more color schemes, likely using these same paints. So just more frustration for Rain with me buying more paint and filling up the office with even more paint. They're not here right now, so they didn't get to hear me say that. Awesome. So yeah, all right. Nobody? All right, that's fine. Let's refresh our list. Definitely went down. Oh yeah, everybody who usually chats is gone. Oh well. No big deal there. I'm thinking we're pretty close to done. Oh no, I still have that needs to be done. Looking at the example, it's also done in this bone. I was thinking about doing it in metal. And then I realized, no, these guys don't use metal. They use this natural carapace looking stuff instead of metal. And looked a little harder and did see that it is also done in the same as the rest of the armor. And doing that properly would be the best. So that takes care of the majority. Ooh, let's get a little bit under here. Not seeing as much under here as I would like to. What's happening? I don't know what's going on around me. I keep hearing noises. Okay. These look pretty good. So, because that is supposed to be a particular way, I need to get the rest of colors down on the palette. I've got the first two colors. Oh, I say that. I've got two other colors. Don't have the shadow color down right now. You get it mixed up and put down on the palette. This guy's turning out pretty good, though. He doesn't have a whole lot of different colors going on with him, though. It's kind of bizarre. But But whatever. Let's see. Let's reload up. That's our list. It's too bad. Okay. Alright, so that takes care of shadow. There's hair there. There's our shadow. And we have our midtone and our highlight. Midtone might be dried up. We might need to get more of that down. I was way too much for the shadow, for the base. That was way too much for the base color that I just put down on the palette. But whatever. Way too much. Let's get it. Let's get it going. Corrupt any of the other colors that are already down and finished. That would be tedious to have to clean up at this point. Alright. Okay. Yeah, alright. This isn't... Needs to be thinned down a little bit more. It's not applying the way that I want it to be. A little bit more water mixed in with it. Help it to flow a little better. Yeah. Instant. Gotta be careful. Red. Gotta be very careful around the red so that we don't much. Wrong color in the wrong places. I have to clean that up. Because if I end up doing that, I know there's going to be just a ton of back and forth that I'm going through and fixing mistakes, making more mistakes in more places. Just, I know that's going to happen if I end up getting in the wrong place. So let's just not do it the first time. I feel like I'm succeeding. At least for the most part. Oh. Not under the camera anymore. Make sure I stay under the camera. I don't know why I was gradually drifting more to the right. I usually drift to the left. It's just still a little bit of primer showing through, so let's go over and get a second coat. I don't think y'all can see the primer showing through. I can see the primer showing through, and I don't like it. But alright, there we go. There's that. Oh, he's got... I guess it's sewn in. They're not buckles. Yeah, they're not buckles. So I'm going to have to get in and do some definition on them. I hadn't considered that. That's still pretty wet, so I'm going to leave that alone. So let's see about getting a brighter brown. But do we want that one? Yeah, I guess we'll go with the dark golden brown. And then I might even go with just the regular golden brown. It's yellow. I don't know why they call it golden brown. It's yellow. But it'll work out. We used the warm brown from Pro Acryl to do the leather last time. So we're going to stick with the Pro Acryl colors for the leather. Mostly because it doesn't matter as much. I didn't pick out any browns for that because I didn't consider it as a thing I needed to worry about. So yes, still a lack of planning on my part. Stop sliding away. Still because of a lack of planning on my part. You know what? I will admit, these paints flow better than the Pro Acrylic stuff. Or not the not the Pro. The Fanatics. The Pro Acrylic flows better than the Fanatics. It stays a lot moister. It retains more moisture than the Army Painter Fanatics. That's probably... This is not as different a color as I was wanting it to be. It was not nearly as different to be. Anyways. Yeah, I think that the new Army Painter stuff, they went so pigment heavy that it lost a lot of the flow. Like the regular Army Painter stuff has a lot of flow to it, but not a lot of pigment. Now there's a lot less flow, but a lot more pigment. So it has great coverage when you can get it to move. But it's that getting it to move aspect that you have to worry about. Whereas with the Pro Acryl, it just kind of works. But then again, I've been using Pro Acryl a lot longer. So maybe I just know how to work with it better than I know how to work with the Fanatics. That's more likely what the situation is. I haven't used these paints enough to really be able to feel them out. That's probably what my issue is. So let's not blame it on the paints. Let's blame it on me. I'm the inexperienced one. It makes more sense that it's... Yep, need to put more of that paint down. It's already dry. We will chalk it up to me being inexperienced. Because I've used just Pro Acryl for so long. Like, I used Citadel for the longest time, so I know how to work with it. I've used Pro Acryl for a super long time, so I can really work with it. The Two Thin Coats is basically Citadel, just with a better medium and better pigment. But I haven't really worked with Army Painter much, and that's most likely... And this Army Painter is way different than the old Army Painter. So I just don't know how to work with it as well as the other stuff. That's most likely what the problem is. Seeing more of that shimmer than I want to. I should drink. It had been like an hour since I've had anything to drink. Every time I look over at my clock, it's like, oh, hey, remember to actually put fluids in your body so that when the stream is over, your throat doesn't hurt like hell. All right. Okay. So got some of the midtone now. Let's continue working on top knot. I'm going to say top knot because I don't know any other way of describing this thing up here. Try to maintain some shadow in it. I don't know how well that's going. I want all of these colors to come through. I don't know how to paint this because, again, it's all flat planes. Whenever you get to a point of all flat planes, when you don't know how to do non-metallic metal, which I do not, getting the dark stay while still getting some midtones. The highlights is not as big an issue. Highlights are a lot easier. Because then it's for those, it's like just doing the edges or some spot highlights. But maintaining the shadows. Maintaining the shadows is a bit of a challenge. Try to keep them around those little nubbins because I'm going to spot highlight. You got these two little nubs on his top knot. I don't know how well they come through, but try to keep some shadow around them, and then just spot highlight the top. Very very peak of these little bolts here. And I'm not even going to fully edge highlight, because I think that'll take away. It'll take away too much depth. I mean, it doesn't need a lot of depth. The rest of his armor is really what needs all the depth. So, I'm not totally convinced with that, but that's okay. Get some of this. Try to mix in a little bit more water so it actually flows. I don't want to put any more of this down on the palette with me being like right there at the end. Okay, so we're gonna spot highlight the top of the little nubbins. Yep, and then do some spot highlights on the little peaks of these things. I guess it's just where the plume flares out. Some edge, not fully up and down the side. Just most of the way. Get the highlight on there. Some here. Here. A little bit on the front. Spot highlight there. And yeah, I think I like where we're at with him. I think that's a good place to stop with him. How long have we been streaming? Little over 2 hours. Okay. I think overall he took about 5 hours to get. No, I ran long last time, so a little over 5 hours. Yeah, a little over 5 hours to get him to this point. Ooh, no, I'm not done yet. We still need to do some more with the leather bits, and we talked about using the golden brown. Even though, like I said, it's a yellow, it's not golden brown. Well, you know, I guess if you make like a grilled cheese sandwich, it kind of has that look to it. So I guess, all right. Well, I see where they got golden brown from. They're still wrong. It's still not brown. But I have a better idea. I can kind of see where they're coming from with it. I say that. I'm going to put it down and it's going to look awful. Oh, and I haven't done the flesh yet. No, we're not done yet. Oh, I keep forgetting about things that we need to do. That is so yellow. You can see that. Look how yellow that is. That's not okay. We're going to use that as our highlight color for the leather. So we're not going to be using a whole bunch of it. And maybe surrounded by all the brown, it'll look more brown. There's always the possibility of that, or maybe it'll look more white because that does happen as well. I had a model once that I used a blue to do the highlights. Nope, it looks yellow. I used a blue to do like the edge highlights, and it ended up looking white because of the colors that surrounded it. But no, this well, I guess it's drying a little browner. That probably has more to do with the color under it than its actual properties. And I've got that little nubbin that's forming there. Yeah, guess that'll work. It looks yellow to me. Let me see. What does it look like on stream? I mean, it looks brown on stream. It looks yellow in person. You'll see whenever I do the final photos. You'll be able to tell. But it looks okay. It breaks up the monotony of the brown enough to kind of give it more, to theme it more with how the rest of the model looks. Getting those raised spots around some of these little valleys these straps have. I'm not totally thrilled with it. So I'm going to most likely have to get a whiter brown. I need to go more extreme with my choices. I need to go with like a really dark brown for my basing of my leathers. I need to go with a really dark brown and then go with a really light brown for the mid-tone, and then go with something that's like this, like a yellow or like a pastel, something like that, something that's more in line with what these colors are. Because my current way of doing things is just not good enough. The browns look too similar to each other, and I don't like that. I don't like my colors looking nearly identical. No, because then it could blend and it could look good blended, but it's not that it's doing that. They're just looking like one color with no gradient. If they're gonna look and blend together really well, I want there at least to be a gradient to it. There's no gradient between like the base color that I've gone with in the mid-tone. Now the highlight definitely looks different, but it does not have the look that I want it to have. But that's fine. Okay, we need to do the flesh now, which is going to be another one of those situations of I've done this wrong. So let's go and repaint all of it darker. Go with a much darker shade than I had. That's not much darker, but it's much redder. Yeah, we'll go with the advanced flesh tone. Another Pro Acryl signature series. We'll go with the advanced flesh tone, and then we'll brighten it up to a tan flesh. Because right now I've got the tan flesh as the base color, which it's not really tan flesh. It's still really pinky, and the shade I'm about to put down is still really pink, but it's darker. I don't want to go into a dark brown or anything like that, because I think that would be too much. Ooh. I could go with like a plum or something like that, though. I've seen people go with like dark plum for their shadow color. No, I think that would start making the wrappings look weird, though. At least like right around where it is. Let's go over here. That's pretty brown. That's actually that's kind of orangey. That might kind of like a really dark orange. Let's see what that looks like. The base color for the fish. It is definitely darker than what I've put down. That is for damn sure. So it should dry darker too. Can't imagine it drying brighter. And then we can come through and use that last color that we were using as the mid-tone. And then use something like an olive or a khaki. I say olive, I mean like olive flesh. That's an actual color by Pro Acryl. We can use that as like a highlight. Skin is so flowy. Like, it's not a flat plane, but it's like a single plane. It doesn't have a lot breaking it up. And because of that, I'm going to struggle with it. That's not a fault, again, of the model or the paint. That is a fault of my skill. I do not possess the requisite skill to do flesh, so I try to do it more often now. I've started doing more and more actual skins. Like, I used to hate doing Space Marines without their helmets. One, because it does not make sense for them to take their helmets off. It really doesn't. But I didn't like doing their skin and their flesh and whatnot. But I've started doing more and more models that have the flesh sticking out somewhere to force me to try to get better at doing flesh tones. I did get a kit, a flesh tone kit from Scale 75. a while back. Scale 75 paints do not work well with me. I know a lot of people who like using them. They're not a paint I can work well with, just because of the medium that they use. So that's why I don't use any of it. I don't have that many Scale 75 paints anyways. I have a handful of like custom colors that I've picked out, and then I've got, like I said, I got that flesh tone kit that you're supposed to be able to go from like really dark and highlight up and yada yada yada. It doesn't work. I need to clean that a little bit up on his armor. I see a little spot of red there. Do you see that little spot of red? Where it is? No, you don't really see it. It doesn't really come through clear, but there's a little spot of red right there on the armor. We need to get rid of that. And I've got... Do I have a midtone there? I have a midtone. Let's use a little bit of the midtone. Right there. Clean that up. Alright, it's gone now. I say as I look under it and see that there's also some shadow. Clean that up too. Oh, cleaned up. You know, I did say earlier, or last stream, I didn't say earlier, I said last stream, that I didn't think I got enough variance in my bone colors. I disagree with that now. I think I did a pretty good job with those. They look really good together. But like I said, back then I hadn't let them dry yet. I hadn't started the highlights yet. So that's really what the fault was. This flesh. I hope this turns out well. I hope this turns out a lot better than what I was originally considering. Originally, I was considering highlighting up from what I had, which was not dark enough. This is pretty dark. This will make a good base, a good shadow. Let's go flesh down here. I don't know how well I'll be able to transition from this color into a brighter color. Again, that's a me issue, not a paint issue. Okay, looks like we got all of the flesh redone. It looks pretty good now, honestly. I don't want to leave it that way. I do. I want to leave it that way because I like it. But I'm not gonna leave it that way because I need to push myself a little. So I think this is my flesh tone I was using earlier. I need to rehydrate it a bit, and since I need to rehydrate it, it's probably not gonna look the same as the pigment earlier, because a lot of the medium is dried out. So that does have an effect on what the color usually looks like, but that still looks pretty good. Yeah. All right. So we want to avoid the spots where it meets the wrappings. And because I tried to do that, it is now too thin. So we're just gonna bust out. We're just gonna put a little bit more down on the palette. It's fine. These bottles last forever because there's so much in them. I think these are 22 milliliter bottles. Like these last for forever when all you do is use like a drop at a time. All right, so we put a little bit there. I'm just gonna mix in with some of the water that I've already used. I'm gonna refresh my list real quick. It did change. Someone did join. Looks like another AFK though, so that's fine. Okay. Let's brighten you up. All right. Want to avoid where the wrappings meet the skin, but I also want to avoid because he's got this little crease. Got this little crease down here in his muscle. I want to leave some of this color there too, or some of the shadow color. I know people are like, "Don't make islands." Like whenever they're talking about doing muscles, don't make islands. Blend your colors together. Yeah, I get that, but sometimes I have to isolate. Have that go up to the line. Down there. A little bit further. Do like that. I think we're gonna do it like that. Some that's bled over. Some here. I see another top here. Put it there. Get that there. Yeah, this is looking. I'm going to leave the shadow color there that's under the gauntlet, because it just doesn't make sense to get that. Then he's got this underarm bit. I think the midtone's going to be the final highlight for this bit. So small. Wow. Oh, I missed the underarm on his other arm. Also looks like I got some other colors in place. All right. I'm gonna have to do a lot of cleanup there. Let's start cleaning up that. First things first. I'm gonna put down this flesh, advanced flesh tone, and put it down there. And then, my camera frozen? Sorry, I just processed whenever Rain starts typing that my camera's gone. Hey, man, like, do you want to get into the armpits? I mean, let's be honest. Do you like going in and touching an armpit? You liar. Oh, yeah, you're right. Just experience. Okay. I need to clean up a lot. That's actually really. I really need to clean that up. We got to get the reds out again. We got to redo a lot of the red underneath the arms. Just fine. It just means possibly cleaning off the palette before we move on to whatever the next project is going to be, which I still don't know what that's going to be. We don't have anybody here who's really a chatter. I keep refreshing the list and it keeps not changing, so yeah, and Ghost Talks, you keep disappearing from my list. Like, you've said things twice, and you just keep disappearing from my list. I don't know what's going on. You cheating on me with other streamers? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm I'm not that interesting, but I get it. No, I have a few projects lined up that need to be worked on, but unfortunately. Oh, you know what? I know exactly what you mean. I have that exact same issue. I didn't realize it was Dragonflight that was the problem. Yeah, I've noticed whenever I'm playing and trying to watch people that it lags out like crazy too. I did not realize it's Dragonflight, but then at the same time, I'm sitting here thinking about it. I haven't really played any other games. I've been trying to watch Twitch recently. Okay, interesting. Well, I don't blame you, dude. I would have done the exact same thing. To be perfectly honest. Well, see, that's the thing is mine's not. Well, I say not. I guess I am 4 generations behind on the CPU. But I'm only 1 generation behind on the GPU. So, what was I doing? I was cleaning up under the arms. Yeah, mine's not super old, and I have issues like that too. You know, like, I'm able to sit here and stream, and my system's not lagging out. You know, my bitrate is staying pretty solid. I think it comes through pretty smooth to you guys. You could correct me. I don't know if what I'm doing comes through smooth or not. Has Windows 10 but can't update. Oh. Okay. I understand the age of your system then. That makes total sense to me. I actually kind of fudged the settings for my PC though. I need the other red. There's a way you can go in and lie to Windows 11 that lets it install. It's a complicated process. I don't advise doing it because I think it also kind of screws up Windows' ability to do things properly. But with Microsoft trying to force everybody off of Windows 10, especially with some of the newer practices that they're having, they're going to have to lighten up on some of the like PC requirements that people have, because I think the oldest system you can have on Windows 11 is like 8th gen Intel. It's not like that with AMD. AMD, I think you can do it with first generation not first generation, but like first generation AM4. You can do a first generation AM4. Oh, yeah, first generation AM4. You should be able to specs wise. But there's a good chance you don't have the, I think it's the TPM chip that you need. Brother. There are no words. There, those are the words. Those are the words that I couldn't find. I'm so sorry. Well, you say that. Like, well, I guess they say that. It's not you saying that. You're just saying what they're saying. No, I get it. I get it. That's not old enough for 8 gigs. I mean, I get that it's a more economical option. It's absolutely a more economical option, but it's really only good for like business PCs now. I say business PCs. When I say business PCs, I mean like customer service PCs, not even like doing complicated tasks. It's really just like a customer service or a call center kind of situation. You should find a way to upgrade that, brother. I understand cost prohibitive. I do, but even just bumping up to 16 gigs would change your life. Granted, I'm working on I'm using like 32 right now, but that was back whenever I had a job. So having a form of income really helped with that. Doing this now, I can't afford to do anything, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, so fixed the red. Need to work back on the flesh tones. Back to doing the flesh now. My old WoW guilds got into Ark and tried having me join. I couldn't load unless it reduced all the graphics. Now, when you say Ark, you mean like Ark Survival Evolved? Like the dinosaur game? I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you properly. Yeah. No, you're right. That game can be pretty intensive. While I own Ark, I do now refuse to play Ark. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not that difficult. But I refuse to play Ark I did play it for a little while, but then they decided to release paid DLC before they took the game out of early access. And because they decided to do that, I can't support them as a company anymore. Because that's just so scummy to me. Like, I don't support, like, creating a paid DLC when you're saying your game isn't even done yet. Like, that should be content that's just available to the game. Not something that people need to pay extra to get. I think Tarkov is having the same problem now. Actually, if I could get Pope in here, which is not going to happen during the day because he has a day job, I could ask him about it. But like Tarkov they've had this like $250 paid DLC that's turning the game into like a pay-to-win situation. A lot of people are really upset by it. And again, it's not technically final release yet. So if companies are willing to like be like, no, you need to pay more for DLC before the game is final, I'm not okay with it. It's another reason why I don't play Starfield as much as I really want to get into that. I won't play Starfield because everything is like paid for after the fact because they somehow increased their scope so much that they need a continuous new flow of money, even though it was like one of the best Kickstarters ever. And that was like 12 years ago. I also know that, and they're deciding not to comment on it. But like 7 Days to Die was having a long series of issues as well. But I think that was just mostly losing control of the IP to a publisher that then stopped working with them. They were having a lot of issues. They've been in early access for like 10, 12 years. Or early access and alpha. Not even like early access and beta, but early access and calling it alpha. But it's supposed to be coming to release soon, because I think they regained control of the IP. Alright. I think this is working. Say that immediately apply paint ready. I should really just stop saying that things are going well. If I say things are going well, they're immediately going to stop going. It's just how it is. I don't want to lose all of my shadow color. So it's not to lose too much here. So how is this looking to you guys? It doesn't, because I don't have really turned. So I would keep turning it to face the camera where I'm painting. Y'all could see what I'm doing. See when I screw up, like I just did. Okay. Alright, did I miss any flesh? So we've got upper arm, we've got the underarms, we've got the underarm there, there. Okay, so we got all the fleshy bits. Now, let's go through and do a final highlight for the fleshy bits. Where is my... Okay, we're going to use all the flesh for the highlight. So we've gone from advanced flesh tone, which really doesn't describe the color. It's kind of an orangey flesh. It's kind of got a... Yeah, it's an orangey brown flesh tone. And we got the tan flesh, which looks like regular white dude flesh. Now, going with the olive flesh, which is more of an ivory. more of an ivory like you would see on a tuxedo or on a wedding dress that decides to go with ivory instead of white. It's a little bit of a yellower white. We're going to try to use that as our highlight. I'm not going to use a whole lot of it because I know it's not going to look as good as I want it to. And it might blend in with the bone a little too much. So I should probably actually use a pink, huh? Yeah, I should probably use a pink instead of an ivory because it'll blend in too much with the bone. Yeah, we're gonna go pink. I'm gonna change it from the olive flesh to pink, because that way it'll look a little more homogeneous. I think that flesh tone that I used is on the pinker side. If we go with a pale pink, it'll theoretically look better. I keep seeing names appear here. Whatever. Have I used this paint before? No, it's still sealed and everything. This is a color I've not used before that we're moving on to. So I don't know how this is going to look when it's all said and done. Because, how could I? I can see what's in the bottle, but that doesn't mean anything. Alright, here we go. Put it there. I think that'll work better. Looking at the different colors on the palette, I think the pink's gonna work better. You know what? It looks better on camera too. So let's go. Here we go. Doing something I have never done. Color I've never done. Let's see what happens. I'm not going to use a lot of it. Probably should have thinned it down a little more. Yeah, definitely should have thinned it down a little. That's okay. Gonna give a little bit. Put right there. All that done there. We're gonna see about thinning it down a little bit more, but try to keep some of that integrity of the color. I say integrity because I have a really bad habit of thinning something down and getting a lot of coffee staining. Because I'm really bad at thinning. But, you know, you also can't find videos that, like, go over thinning. How to properly do it. They're just like, thin your paints. How? How do you want me to do that? What is the appropriate method to thin down, but avoid coffee staining and stuff like that? That's why I'm not good at glazing. Is because I can't thin to the proper consistency for glazing. It's really quite embarrassing, especially since I'm streaming my paint. But yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, there are a lot of techniques that I really struggle with. Glazing is one of them. I'm thinning with water. I'm trying not to use too much water. Like right now, I think I've got a decent consistency for what I'm attempting to accomplish. Sometimes I will thin with medium. Whenever I'm trying to get a glaze consistency, I will thin with medium. But I still end up getting I still end up with issues there. I don't know how to explain it because I haven't done it in a while. Like, I don't think I have it done in my description or not. I did a Zinch model not that long ago that I tried glazing up on his sword, and I ended up not doing enough layers, and so the effect I was going for didn't really come through. And I was thinning with medium then. But right now, I'm thinning with water. Trying to maintain a semblance of... I think there's enough. Trying to still maintain the color itself, not going too thin with it, but getting it to flow. Flow is honestly the issue I'm seeing with the Fanatics paints. They don't come off the brush the way I want them to. But that is a me issue, not a paint issue, because I'm just not used to using those paints. I think... Oh, no. Let's do a little bit more here. I don't ever want to blame my tools or my paints on my inadequacies. I do know I have preferences. Like, I prefer using the Monument brushes. I prefer using the Monument paints. But I'm really enjoying the new Army Painter Fanatic. I really do like those paints. And I've started using the two thin coats a lot more, and I'm really enjoying those paints. So I'm trying to branch out. I'm trying to be less stubborn in how I do things, especially streaming. I don't want to just like lock myself into one type of doing things. I think we're basically done here. Let's do a little bit of inspecting the model. I think we're done here. I think now it's just time to work on the base, which these guys are kind of funky, or Conquest models at least. I don't know how many people are familiar with Conquest, but they've got the round base that you're used to with war games, but then they also have these square bases with an insert for it. So like you have these so that they work together as a unit, but then you've got the round base for... I don't know the rules. I haven't actually looked into the rules of Conquest, so it might not be weird. I might just not understand what's going on there. But we are gonna pull him off of this base now. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna pull him off the base. Set him aside. Heal up these so that we have access to the rest of it. Oh. And pop that back on there. What? And everything fell apart. Okay. Pop that back on there. Okay. Now, texture paste. So, texture paste, we're going to do like we did... Oh, wrong drawer. We're going to do like we did with Octron, and we're going to use the Monument Red Earth because I like the texture of it when it dries. Where's my palette? There it is. So it's not on screen. Let's get it where you can see it. You see it there? You can see it. Okay. We're gonna put a thin layer of the texture paste down. We're gonna need gonna use the Monument texture paste. I really like this texture paste. It looks really cool whenever it dries. You do kind of have to make sure you get the texture all the way to the edge, though. I've had a bit of a problem getting the actual grit that's in it to the edge. It's been kind of a situation of the color gets there, but the grit does not, so it thins out. I don't want it to do that, especially since I also want to do the square base as well. But yeah, we're going to be putting the texture paste on. Most likely will not be finishing the base, unless you want to see that. Do you want me to actually do the finishing of the base? This stuff is going to take. This stuff takes forever to dry. It's got such a high work time. But do you want to see me like finish the base on stream? I mean, it might be a situation of coming back and watching the VOD. Because a lot of people don't come in here at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, I could finish this on stream if y'all want to see that. I don't know if anyone is listening to me anymore. I'm also kind of blathering on because that's just what I do. All right, that's decent coverage. Set you aside, let that start to dry, and then do this, because on the field you use these. Take some time to dry. Yeah, I don't think it's going to end up being a this time, like a this stream kind of situation, but if you want to see it on like a next stream kind of situation, I can do that. It's really just going to be like painting the dirt and putting down some flock to so that it has like more than just the ground texture. It'll be like getting some grass on there as well. But I don't know if you would want to see that or not. I did that with Octren. It took so little time, but then again, I have another hour to go, and I don't know what I'm going to be working on next. I think we're going to end up... You know what? Actually, I do know what I'm going to do. I'm going to finish... I started working on a Space Marine whenever I was doing Octren. It's not our new chapter yet. Where I haven't established... Ooh. I didn't realize I got so much of that on my finger. I have another Space Marine to do that is from an official chapter. It's from the Necropolis Hawks, the chapter that I've been painting for a long time. I could do that, or I could do my Plagueburst Crawler. I've got that started. We could get into doing the Plagueburst Crawler whenever I finish laying down the texture paste here. Or I have another Borderlands model. I have Gage from Borderlands 2 that I've got primed. I haven't started painting her yet. Now browsing Newegg for PCs. Don't recognize brands. Brother, let's see. EVGA doesn't really make parts anymore. If you're looking for... What parts are you looking for, man? Like, that's really what I gotta ask. What parts are you looking for? I can help out with that. I'm pretty knowledgeable with good brands for PC parts. I got no problem giving you some assist. I love helping people out building their PCs. You're just looking in general. Are you looking for like a pre-built, or do you want to do it yourself? Like what's like these things have an effect. If you're doing pre-built, NZXT makes good pre-builts. Yeah, okay, a pre-built. NZXT makes a good pre-built. You would want to go to their actual website. You wouldn't do that off of Newegg. You might be able to do that on Newegg. I don't know. I've never looked for that on there. But NZXT does a really good pre-built. I want to say it's Starforged is a newer company. I think it's the owners of OTK. Those are actually some pretty good builds, and from what I hear, they have a really good support staff. Ultimately, I would say don't do iBuyPower. They have really bad support, and they use really cheap parts. So, I personally steer clear of iBuyPower. All right, that's done. But that's me. My friends that decide they want to do pre-builts, and because they don't like trust themselves to build their own PCs, they have all bought NZXT PCs. Because, like I said, NZXT does a really good job. They have a really good support staff. I have a buddy who he was having issues with his system not that long ago, like a really bad issue where it would shut down on its own, like not give you a crash warning or anything, just shut down, and then just refuse to restart. And he got in touch with the NZXT staff, and they actually got it working for him. So they have a really good support team. That's always something to look forward to. So that's my main company that I will advise. But hey, if that's not the kind of thing you want to do, totally understand. That's just my preferred brand. I'm surprised that CyberPower, like, well, but I mean, I get you did say 2017, 2018, so I guess I can't be too surprised. That is a pretty substantial amount of time ago. Okay, so the texture paste is drying. Model, I need a drink. Oh my god, I just felt that I feel like there's so many brands out now. There are a lot of it's really, oh, excuse me. It's really because of the pandemic. So many people got bored at home and picked up like PC building or something like that, and so they started creating brands like that. Well, it also kind of depends on your price range, honestly. Like GPUs can jack up the price on stuff so quickly. It's really kind of a shame how fast, like, going from like a 4070 to a 4080 can just crank up the price, even though it's not that much of a boost in performance, but the price is still just is outrageous. But that's the problem with all NVIDIA. NVIDIA charges too much for their products in general. So if you go with AMD GPUs, you usually will see you'll usually see better pricing as far as going from one model to the next, because they don't go insane in their pricing. But yeah, and yeah, you're right. There's so many people that like just build PCs, and a lot of Chinese companies that'll do that kind of stuff as well. Like, you might find some real off the wall stuff, and you're like, where? I've never even heard of this. What is this? And it's like all Chinese parts that you can't even get in most parts of the world. You can like only get them really in China. Why is my phone going crazy? It's going crazy because it's decided to go crazy. Okay. Like, I just got a million notifications all at once. Okay. I'm gonna work on my Plagueburst Crawler. I know I didn't say that before, but that's what I'm about to start doing, is working on my Plagueburst Crawler. In case anybody was wondering why I'm putting down a camo green. Which I've already done. I've done the entire bottom of this thing, so I can hold it because it doesn't have a base. So I've painted the bottom of it, and then I varnished it so that I wouldn't mess up the paint while trying to paint it, because it's just so hard to work on this, to work on a lot of GW tanks in general. So yeah, man, if you're looking for a new PC, the main things I can that I will tell you is don't bother with a mechanical hard drive. If you're thinking about using that as like a secondary drive for gaming, for like storing your games, because a lot of games aren't supporting mechanical hard drives anymore, and you can get just the most outlandish load times, or even some really bad stuttering while playing. I would avoid a mechanical. Those are really only good for storage of files and like movies and stuff like that. They're not good for gaming. Obviously, NVMe drives are the best, but you can get away with a regular SATA solid state. What are you questioning? What about that statement are you not understanding? I can explain it. I'm sure I can explain whatever you're confused with better. I just kind of go off on tangents sometimes. I'm sorry. Because like, is it like the phrase of me using mechanical hard drive? Because I can understand that. So you know, I'll just try to re-explain what I was saying. So you have so instead of physical hard drive, they're storing stuff digitally on a server. No. That's not what I mean. So, okay, I understand. So you have the abbreviations from. You have SSD and HDD. It's the HDD that are not really being supported anymore for games because they're too slow to load with. You know, that's why a lot of consoles have moved over to like solid state media. Because your regular hard drives, your HDDs, are too slow. They can't. Your texture files and stuff like that are so massive that it doesn't load properly, and it'll take too long for. You'll end up having a bad experience because it won't be able to produce things. So if you go with like an SSD, or like I said, an NVMe. Those are your better drive choices because they load fairly quickly. They do have an issue of not having as much storage space. DLSS is a software. That is that's deep learning super sampling. That's what that stands for. So that is a matter of your graphics card, and that's only available on NVIDIA graphics cards. What that does is it allows you to run at lower settings, but get a higher output, visually speaking. So you could be like, you run DLSS and you've got your graphics set to medium settings. The way that DLSS works is it will essentially convert what you're looking at to a higher resolution. So if you're, for example, using a 1440p monitor or a 2K monitor, as a lot of people like to put it, you can have your resolution sent to 1080p, and DLSS will upscale it, and it will look better. It'll run a lower resolution as a higher resolution, and it will fill in the gaps for those settings. So like you'll set it one way and it will behave another. That's what DLSS is. So that's, like I said, that's a software feature by NVIDIA. DDR is speaking purely about your RAM. It is the type of RAM that you're going to be looking at. Now, if you're running a modern an AM5 motherboard, or which is going to be like 7000 series, wait, these speeds use a lot of dashes with specs that separate different specs. So it's not. Oh, yeah. No, I understand. DDR is going to be talking about your RAM. So like I was saying, AM5, which is 7000 series AMD, or I think it starts with 13,000 series Intel. Those are going to be using DDR5, which is just a faster version of RAM. Oh, okay, you're straight up giving me specs. Okay. Windows 11, i7, 14700F. Okay, that's decent. 4080 Super, DLC. Yeah, the DLSS on that doesn't matter. 32 gigs DDR5, 6000. That's pretty good. 1 tera M2 NVMe. That's really good. Yeah, that's actually a really decent system. Tempest Aqua Gaming PC. I've never heard. ABS Tempest Aqua Gaming PC. That's a lot of terms that sounds like water cooling. I don't know if that's supposed to be the name, but those are a lot of a 14700F 4080 with 32 gigs of RAM. Yeah, there's a lot of buzzwords in there. There really are. There's a lot of information that they're putting down there that doesn't matter. The main things that matter there are the 14700F, RTX 4080 Super, and 32 gigabytes. The DDR5 honestly doesn't matter because the 14700 is only compatible with DDR5. So the 32 gigabytes of RAM at 6000. 6000 is pretty decent. That's going to be a pretty stable speed for that. And the 1 terabyte NVMe. That's the only thing that seems a little lacking. 1 terabyte's good. But that might be a situation of you wanting to go in and add more later. Unless you're comfortable with like reinstalling or uninstalling and installing different games at a time. That's what I personally do. I mean, I've got 4 terabytes on my computer, but I constantly go through and remove games I'm not playing anymore or reset. No, that's a good for 2000. That's actually a pretty good system. Now, if you look at if you look at the 2 terabyte version and it's more than like $100, that's a ripoff. It's like $100 more. That's fine. That makes sense. But if it's more than like $100 more, that's too much. Storage shouldn't jump in price by 1 terabyte. Too much. Like I said, 2000 for what you're looking at. That's actually a pretty good price. Hopefully not used. If it's used, that's a less good price. But it's still pretty good because the 4080 Super. By itself is, I think, like $1,100. And then you have to factor in like the person taking the time to build it. Reflecting that, just switched to all higher end hardware options, jumped 3,000. Well, again, it depends on what what those changes are. Like if that's like a 4090. That's not terrible. If that's like a 4090 and a 14900K, that's not awful. It's more than I would pay for it personally, because I wouldn't want to spend $3,000 without doing the work myself. But that's purely whatever you want to do. Well, okay. Oh, you gave it to me. Okay. 14900KS, okay. 4090, yep. 64 gigs, 2 terabyte. Yeah, dude. Looking at those specs, 3000's a little high, but not so high that I would complain. Because the 4090 by itself is nearly $2,000. Like I said, the GPU prices like skyrocket so quickly. So, if you're willing, if you're willing to drop 3,000 on a PC, I would not say that you're wasting money on that system. 64 gigs of RAM that'll last you a really long time, and a 4090 is a really good graphics card. It's hot. I will say that 4090s get hot. So if you're in a small room with that, be prepared to be running your AC, because that thing runs real warm. And they're also kind of huge. But yeah, that's not a bad price for what you're looking at. Like I said, if you're willing to pay that for it, it is. I think you would not be wasting your money. And again, this is me having worked in IT for nearly 15 years. I'm looking at that going, that is not a waste of money. Again, I would prefer to build it myself. Part of the reason why I say that price is higher than I want it to be is because you do have to pay for the labor of them building it. Whereas if you parted it out yourself, it would probably come out less expensive. But then you would be responsible for building it. And Windows by itself is like $120 for the base version. That's not even like a Pro or anything like that. That just says Windows 11, so it's probably just the Home Edition. Yeah, Windows by itself is like $120. So that's another factor you have to consider whenever you're like building yourself. So yeah, like I said, I think it's worth it if that's what you want to do. If you're willing to pay $3,000. I had someone build a computer for $1,000 over a decade ago. It just seems a lot when computers become obsolete so fast. Okay, that's yes. Yes, I understand. I understand what you mean. However, I don't know that that what you said there is totally accurate, and I will try to explain what I mean. So yes, technically, computers become obsolete very quickly. There's no denying that whatsoever. But what obsolete really means in PCs is not the same as what obsolete means to the rest of reality. As stupid a thing is to say that I just did, that does not mean the same thing, because so you're looking at the 14900K there. That's a really powerful chip. It's a great chip. But there are still games that are coming out that you can use the 6700K on. So like almost 10 generations old still work. You know, there's people that are using like NVIDIA 700 series graphics cards. Now, granted, that's a little bit of a misnomer when it comes to the way that NVIDIA does things, because yeah, the 700 series is still viable. I think the majority of people, if you were to go onto a Steam survey, I believe the majority of people right now are utilizing 900 series and 1000 series, which are still several years old. They're almost 10 years old. And those still work fine for gaming. So yes, you could buy this. You could buy this today, and then NVIDIA could announce some new cards, and Intel could announce some new chips, and that means that technically what you have is out of date, or quote unquote obsolete. But that, like I said, that doesn't mean the same thing with computers as it does to the real world, because it'll still be viable for 8 to 10 years as long as you keep it maintained. It'll still be able to play games. Gradually you'll be turning down specs and stuff like that, but not as quickly as you might imagine. Like I'm right now, I have a 3090 in my system, and I still run all the newest titles that I get. I can still run on ultra settings, and there's no problem. Like I can run ray tracing and all that kind of stuff, and there's no issues with what I'm doing. And I have a card that's technically considered obsolete, or quote unquote obsolete. So, and I expect my card could last me a very long time. Now, granted, me being a streamer, I'm gonna start feeling the effects of older hardware a lot faster than you would, but that's because like I'd be doing stuff on stream as well as gaming at the same time, and that's where those multiple processes will start, you know, showing the age. Like my CPU right now is a 10900KS. Yeah, I have a 10900. No, I have a 10900KF. No, I have a 10900KS. Yeah, a 10900KS, and it works fine. Like looking at my utilization right now, where am I at? I'm at 1.2% utilization on my CPU right now, and that's, you know, having a million Chrome windows open and streaming and doing all these things. Like I'm running just fine. It's not that big of a deal. My GPU's probably running a little bit heavier. I don't have it up right now. I have my CPU reading, but I don't have my GPU reading. So, yeah, a decade ago, $1,000, absolutely. That was most likely a really good system. Between the what's it called? God, I can't remember the word. Blockchain. Between a lot of blockchain mining and scalpers and stuff like that, the prices of GPUs have skyrocketed over the past 3 years. So that's what's causing a lot of pricing on computers to go up, is the fact that graphics card prices are in constant flux because of blockchain and because of scalpers and things like that. So that's why you're looking at like $3,000 for a top-end system instead of like $1,000 for a nearly top-end system. Whenever I built the machine that I have now, I think it was like $2,500 for everything. I got lucky and I found a few sales on some clearance graphics cards, but yeah, it was still really expensive to do that. So it's hard to like compare. Oh, the last thing that I built was, you know, $1,000, but now I'm looking at $3,000, $4,000, $5,000. Now, if you're paying $5,000, the entire thing better be water cooled. But yeah, it's a little upsetting. Just like everything else that's going up in price, PC parts are really subject to the market. And how people are capable of getting their hardware. Because, like I said, scalpers become your biggest issue there. Your blockchain miners, they crypto. Yeah, that's the right word. Crypto miners. Those are the ones who are the real reason why PC prices have gone up the way that they have. Even though, from what I can tell, like I'm looking at a lot of changes in technology and looking at a lot of places that are like, oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead and outlaw crypto because it's so volatile. It's it's so safe because it's unregulated. No, that doesn't make it safe. That makes it volatile. And it, like I said, it ends up ruining the PC market because all crypto is based on graphics power to do the calculations. Wow, I blathered on a long time about one statement. Huh. How long have we been on? Pretty long time? Not as long as I thought. We're still good. Still got a ways to go. Is that texture paste going to dry in time? No, it is not. That is still very wet. I'm going to try to make it so that we do all of the painting for the tank on stream. Like, I did the bottom and whatnot off stream, but that, like I said, that was just so I could hold the stupid thing. I want to try to do as much of the painting of this on stream. There's PC Gamer recommending builds and stuff are out of stock. Sounds about right. That that 100% sounds about right. I mean, it all kind of comes down to what you want to do with it, man. Like, what kind of games do you want to play with the machine? Like that, I guess that should be my main question. Like, what do you want to do with it? Are you looking to just make WoW work better? Are you playing some more graphically intensive stuff? Like, are we looking at? I don't know if Stellar Blade came out on PC or not. It looks pretty intense. And I know I know Cyberpunk is one of those that greatly benefits from having a better, more updated machine. It's just what kind of stuff do you want to play? Because that can affect like what you want to go through with spending your money on. I haven't played a lot of games due to school over the years. That is a statement I can sympathize with. Whenever I went to college, I did not play many games at all. But my college did things really weird compared to most colleges. So I think, yeah, when Rain was in college, that was a tumultuous time for them. They didn't play any games either. So no, I get it. School robs you of the ability to do the fun stuff you want to do. Make sure that you spend your money wisely with school and that you actually get decent, well, I say get decent grades to graduate. You don't, if you've got scholarships, that's really where your grades matter more. As long as you get the diploma, most companies don't care what your GPA is. Like my degree is in cinematography, but I've been in IT for, like I said, 15 years. And no one has ever cared about my GPA. So, but you definitely want to pass. Like, I'm not going to say like working hard at college is a bad idea. No, it's definitely good because the harder you work, the better off, the better you'll get away with your knowledge in those particular subjects. Finding new games would be fun outside of WoW or new Dawn of War game that came out recently. I want to focus more on painting them. I respect that. I completely understand. I paint more than I game. Like I'm part of a guild in WoW. I'm part of a roleplay guild. I've never actually sat down and roleplayed with them. But I'm part of a guild, and they're a good group of people. But I don't really play that much. Like I'll hop on occasionally and do some stuff, and then I'll forget about it for a couple of months at a time. I was really big into Cyberpunk for a while. Like I really enjoyed Cyberpunk. It's a great game. I'll occasionally jump back into stuff like No Man's Sky, which once again is not really graphically intensive anymore. It was when it came out, but it's not really anymore. They've done a lot of optimization, and technology's gotten better since it came out. It's a really fun game too. I play a lot of stuff like that, but I don't play a lot of games anymore. I spend most of my time painting. So, like if you're just gonna play stuff like WoW and Dawn of War, you don't necessarily need to go with like the most top-end machine right now. You could probably just go with a couple generations newer than what you have, save some money, and be perfectly fine. Now, if you want to get into streaming like I am, that's another story altogether. You want a little bit better of a system so that that's more up to date, so that as the requirements of streaming increase, you're capable of sticking with it longer. But like if you're not going to be doing anything like intensive or anything, that, like I said, a used machine might be a good way to go. Yeah. And you know, since painting is such an expensive hobby, you know, you'll probably get more bang for your buck out of doing that. That's just my opinion, though. You may have experienced different, but I've put more money into painting in the past 4 years than I've put into gaming, hands down. Between my paint, like my different paint obsession that I have, because I do have a little bit of an addiction of buying paints, to getting models, because let's face it, all of us buy more models than we should. Yeah, I've spent infinitely more money on painting than I have on my computer or on my game library or anything like that. And that's with like having a PS5 and an Xbox Series X. Like, I can definitively say I have more money in painting than I do into gaming. So if that's where you would prefer spending your money, I would say go with an older system, like newer than what you got, obviously. Like newer than what you got, better specs than what you got. But or even you could look you know what? I'm not going to say that because I don't know where you're from. I was going to say you could look on like Craigslist or something like that, but I don't know where you're from. I don't necessarily know that would be a good bit of advice. But Newegg does have. I know they have used machines that you can get that are probably better than what you have, and. Oh, okay. Then yeah, you could do Craigslist or something like that, because you could get someone who's like a PC flipper, someone who like builds PCs specifically for the purpose of selling them, and possibly get a decent machine of that. I know it's what ZTT is a PC flipper. They build PCs specifically to sell, and they build like $1,000 to $1,500 PCs. That are pretty decent. That'll probably be better than what you're working with now, but won't break the bank, and that gives you more. That gives you more money to enjoy your other hobbies with. So yeah, if you're focused more on painting, I would say that's probably a better choice than burning $3,000 on a top end computer. Like, you can do that, you know, no sense in it. Like, if that's what you want to do, by all means. You know, if I had the money for it, that's what I would do. Okay, I get it. I totally get it. If you're looking at Alienware, what I would suggest is also looking at the Dell equivalent. And I say specifically the Dell equivalent because Dell owns Alienware. And sometimes with Alienware, you're paying for the name, and you can sometimes find the exact same specs in a Dell machine for cheaper. So think about that. Because sometimes you pay just for the Alienware name, or you're paying for the Alienware case style, because Alienware has its own special case style that they use. But you're not necessarily getting the best bang for your buck there. Sometimes you'll get a better deal looking at Dell. And going with a gaming machine there. Matter of fact, I actually ran into a very similar situation in the past when I was working at the fulfillment center. I was looking for a more powerful machine because we were going to start shooting and editing our own video tutorials for using our software. So I was looking for a machine that could handle that, and when looking at the business class machines, they're like, oh yeah, we've got this, and it's at this price. But then we looked at like their gaming machines through Dell, and we were finding the same product, or even better in some instances, was what we ended up doing with their gaming lineup than we found with the business lineup. So yeah, if you're going to look at Alienware, you also need to make sure you look at specifically Dell, because you could find what you like, something better for the same price, or the same thing for a few $100s less. Just something to consider. And I say that purely out of, like I said, my own personal experience. Because Dell doesn't really advertise their gaming lineup as much as they advertise Alienware. Not saying Alienware is bad. Alienware, in my opinion, used to be a lot better before they sold to Dell. But they're not necessarily bad. I would definitely hold them in higher regards than I would iBuyPower. Because like I said, iBuyPower likes to skimp out on the products that they give you. Like, they'll give you a full-size case, but they'll give you a micro, or a mini, a micro ATX motherboard that has fewer features. But it's like, oh, but look, it's so pretty and shiny. No, that's great. You can. You can look at their regular PCs. You really, with the regular PCs that they have, you start seeing a lot less in the graphics options. A lot of those are going to have like built-in Intel graphics rather than a dedicated GPU. So that's the only reason why I would say, like, to look at their gaming stuff, because you just have a better idea. You have a better chance of getting a dedicated GPU rather than built into the CPU graphics, because the built-in graphics just aren't as good. They're just not. They can't handle as much or anything like that. I have a buddy who plays WoW on dedicated graphics, and he's been asking me about his upgrade path. And honestly, looking at his specs, he should just buy a new computer. But he is financially not able to do so. So he ended up going with a pretty low-end discrete GPU. But yeah, the bit like the regular lineup or the business lineup and stuff like that, they usually don't come with GPUs built in. That's why I was saying gaming. But if you can find one that has like a decent GPU in it, not saying you will, but if you can, that might be a good move for you. You might be able to save even some money there. You usually don't have as good a cooling options, though. That's something to look at. But if you're just gaming, if you're just looking to use your PC for gaming and some like light regular tasks, you actually probably don't need anything above an i5 processor if you're looking at Intel. If you're looking at Ryzen, it's a Ryzen 5. Those are basically the same level. Because your graphics card has more to do with your performance above 1080p. Like if you're playing at 1080p, even at 1080p, an i5 or a Ryzen 5, you don't really need to go above that to have a good time. Like I said, unless that's your entire processing power. If that's all the processing you have, then you want to upgrade. You want to increase. But with a dedicated GPU, i5 is fine, Ryzen 5 is fine. If you're doing editing or anything like that, that's whenever you start looking at the more powerful stuff. If you're doing streaming, you look at the more powerful stuff. You don't really need to go above those. So, I did not expect to be talking this much about computers today. It's been a long time since I've chatted with somebody about full-out computers. I have another friend who just finished building a PC 2 weeks ago, if that, after being without a computer for 8 months. We talked parts for a couple of weeks, but not actual full-out computers. Browsing CLX now because Dell was looking lackluster. No, I don't blame. Dell can. I am not familiar with CLX, so I cannot comment on what you're going to find there. Like I said, you may want to look at Starforged. They usually have some pretty good prices with the equipment that they use. They have some lower end and some higher end systems, but at least the last time I looked at them, that could have changed. Like, I'm not affiliated with them or anything. I want to make that perfectly clear. I'm not affiliated with any of the companies I am advising. These are all just my personal opinions. But yeah, I mean, you can look CLX. I feel like I've heard of them. I feel like that's something I've seen before in a store somewhere. But I can't think of where. You know, I'm glad that my camera has continued to work throughout this entire stream. That really makes me feel better. Like, I've had it running for almost a day straight at this point. Like, I'm a couple hours shy of having it run a full day, and that's mostly just to make sure the stupid thing doesn't freeze up. I'm really glad that it's been working this whole time, right? Yeah, it's still working. Yeah, that's. Oh, you were here for. That's right. You were here last time. You were chatting about all kinds of stuff. That's right. You were talking with Hellman about 10th edition rules for a while. Yeah, it's really nice that it hasn't bugged out. I'm probably gonna have to do a lot of rearranging just to ensure that it doesn't end up dying on me. But I'm really glad that it hasn't bugged out. Like, I'm gonna be ending stream here in like half hour, I think. What time is it? Yeah, well, maybe like 20 minutes. I'm gonna be ending in about 20 minutes. But, maybe later. We'll see how things go. Gave input on channel Space Marine chapter. What? Oh, yeah. Okay. You were commenting on that. Yeah. Yeah, you gave one of the more interesting takes on it, too. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get some reference sheets put together for as far as the Space Marine chapter goes, and we'll do a few of those on stream. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Actually, yeah, that should be a whole lot. I just have to get some like blank reference sheets, and then I'll go into like Photoshop and put some color schemes together, just so we can see some options. And I'll put together like 4 or 5 options, and then we'll move on from there. Paint all those up on stream. It'll probably take a few streams to get them all painted, but should be fun. Oh man, there is so much green that has to go on this tank. Like, apart from like, I've got some of the Plague Marine blind boxes the Hero series. But apart from that, like, this is like the last bit, because I got one of those Battle Force boxes of Plague Marines. This is the last model out of that box. Needed to get done. It was just so daunting. That, and I don't really like doing vehicles. I'm sure you can see why. Paint does not want to lay down evenly. Sure, if I airbrushed it, it would be fine. I suck at airbrushing, so. I haven't done this. Just had to look up for a second to make sure I was actually still painting on camera. That has been a problem of mine in the past. I think I've gotten that. You know what? Hawk, Ghost Hawk. I don't. Do you prefer Ghost or Hawks? Like, yes, I agree. That is one of the issues I have. Like I said, I could do better with an airbrush, but at the same time, I can't airbrush. Well, I can airbrush. I always thin the paint down too much and it gets all splotchy. Okay, cool. But yeah, do you think I've managed to keep in frame better this time around than last stream? Because I know you were here for that. I don't know how much you were watching. You might have just been here listening to me blather on, but do you think I've managed to stay on screen a bit more? I've been trying a lot harder to stay centered in frame. I just don't know if I have accomplished that because I've been looking at the model and not at the screen. Cool, great. I'm still new at this. Like I said, this is technically my 4th ever stream. So I say ever. It's my 4th. It's my 4th stream on this channel as this persona. There's just the Painted Conquest guy taking 6 of your screen. Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. You are right. You are right. I should get rid of that. Boop. There you go. He's gone. I hadn't even considered that. See what I mean by still new to this? So yeah, there you go. That's gone now. It's still just this giant ass tank, but at least you can see more of the tank, right? That was stupid. All right. Well, like I said, next time or next stream we'll probably be working on Space Marines, experimenting with our new chapters, or not our new chapters, but our new potential schemes for the chapter, and then moving on from there. This is getting a little too watery. I think I left too much water in the brush. Probably reduce the chat overlay in line with your avatar. Okay. Thank you for that. That is actually some feedback I should have asked for. I really appreciate you saying that. Because I wasn't sure. Like, I just got that working. I just figured out how to get that working. And I want it for the VOD so that people can see the chat a little bit easier, or even for my my shorts whenever I embarrass myself and Rain decides to clip something stupid that I've said. So no, that's really good feedback. I'll look at reducing the chat overlay a little bit. Because yeah, you're right. I am seeing me bleed over into it a little bit. At least I didn't go with like an opaque background. I almost did that. Then I decided to stick with this instead, because I thought that it would segment it enough, which I think I'm right. So yeah, thank you for that feed. That is much appreciated. I'm not going to do it right now, obviously, because we don't have. Well, you know what we'll do? We'll finish out the green. I'm having flashbacks. We'll finish out the green on the tank, and that's where we'll end stream. We still have a lot of green that has to get applied, but that's where we'll end out stream. Thank you stream is so, and everyone has input. I think you missed a word there. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. No, I read it wrong. You're right. I'm just stupid. I just completely read what you said wrong. No. Like I said, I love having feedback. I want to have an active community. I want you guys to sit here and chat with me. I know there's a lot of other. Well, supposedly, I don't know. I haven't. Like I said, I usually have them all muted. But I remember y'all saying that people are usually sitting there painting and concentrating the whole time. I want to engage with you guys. I want to talk. I want to chat. I want to have somewhat of a relationship with people that watch my streams. Like, I like seeing people come back to the stream. Like, you coming back from last time, because I'm pretty sure you got raided over. That, like, seeing you come back, that's amazing to me. You know, I have my friends who will come and watch me because I'll announce whenever I'm going live on one of our personal discords, which I'm working on a Discord for this, but it's just not a big focus right now. Especially since I'm going to need some help getting it built. But like I want to chat with you guys. It's hard to multitask for stream. Usually a painter or gamer pauses to chat periodically. I mean, yeah. I mean, I got to pause to read. I don't do a great job of like putting the brush down to the model and reading it, but that usually becomes a game of catch up. Well, yes, I think that is really a thing more on like big successful channels. Whenever you got the stream just rocketing by, you have to catch like you can only catch like so much that's going on at a time, as opposed to, you know, something like this where like it's just you and me, or like last time whenever there was like 5 or 6 of y'all that were chatting, like I could respond to everybody if I like focused up a little bit more. But yeah, some of the really big streamers, yeah, they have to basically ignore chat for a while. But like I said, I want to talk with you guys. I don't want to just sit here and be quiet the whole time. Like even when y'all aren't talking to me, I will sit here and ramble on. I'm sure you've noticed whenever you've like pulled away to do something or to look at something, and I've just sat here gassing on for a while because, well, one, because I can't deal with the silence. My brain goes a little crazy with silence, and listening to myself talk works out a lot better than just listening to the music I've got playing, which like I've got that loop going in the background, but it's not quite enough. But having someone to engage with like you is great. Like being able to talk with you, Ghost, is a lot of fun for me. Like, yes, I'm enjoying painting my models, obviously, otherwise I wouldn't be, you know, taking the time to stream these things. But yeah, that's fair. You know, Rain steps in and forces me to do things from time to time. But that also makes sense. They know me better than anybody. And also know whenever I'm forgetting things. Like I forget things all the time. Like whenever y'all raided the other day, they hopped in and was like, hey, this, and this. It's like, oh, right, yeah, I need to tell people about that. So yeah. But then again, like I said, I might not know a lot of the minutiae when it comes to streaming because I am so incredibly new at it, and I haven't really watched as many streamers as I should have. Like, I should have definitely done more research into what other people in the space do before starting out. Because that would just give me a better way of going. You know, I do want to set myself apart, but at the same time, not veer too far away from what people are already into, you know? Because if people already have like a preferred way of doing things, it's like, yeah, you want to set yourself apart, but then you also want to like fit into the category so people still want to watch. Which I didn't do any of that research. I really just I worked more on building things myself than doing a proper research, which is my fault. Having people hop in and tell me like, oh yeah, there's this and this, like you're doing now, is helpful because it's what you want to see. Like catering to the audience is also important as being genuine to yourself, in my opinion. Digital Storm PCs. I haven't looked at Digital Storm in a few years. I've never heard anything bad about Digital Storm. You know what? Here, give me just. I'm gonna look up Digital Storm real quick and make sure I'm not like totally lying to you. If it's the company I think that you're talking about, then by all means look through them. But let's see. Is Digital Storm who I'm thinking of? Digital Storm, come on, load. Digital Storm is who I'm thinking of. Yeah, they've got some really good high-end stuff. So it's totally worth looking into. They can get hella expensive really quickly, but they put the work into it. So there is also that to consider. Like they put a ton of work into their machines. Like some of their really high end ones are going to be 100% unique to them because they do custom casework. They could do custom water cooling. It's a really good one to look at, but it can be pricey because you are looking at that. So. And they do have a pretty good support team as well. So like if you have any issues, it's you can usually reliably get someone to help you out with that. Or like if you need to send it back to get something fixed because it like broke in transit, which is less likely considering the way that they do transit. But like something gets broke in transit or a component's not properly installed, they're really good about taking care of you. They are a service first kind of company. So yeah, if you want to look at that, like I said, those can shoot up in price very quickly though. But there is, like I said, water cooling. I think they actually manufacture their own cases that they use. So, and like they don't sell the cases separately. So that's a consideration to think of. And their computers can be huge. That's another thing. Like the old like the Mac server, kind of huge. So something to consider because I always suggest nobody likes to listen to me whenever I suggest this, but like not putting your computer on the floor is something that I always advise, and I advise that because down on the floor it absorbs the most dust. If you have pets, all the pet hair gets into it. Like don't put your computer on the floor. I always suggest putting your computer up on your desk. And I say that like with the knowledge that my PC right now is taking up too much of my desk. Actually, part of the problem with my stream. because I have to, because where it has to, I have room for it, and where all the stuff is that needs to plug into it are pretty far apart. And the longer the cables you have to run that like take like data and power and stuff like that, longer the run, the less reliable it is. So like my camera's doing so bad. What was the company you said? NZXT. I said NZXT is one of them. They're a company that I really like. I'm sorry if I was blathering on through you asking me that question. Yeah, NZXT. It's literally just letters. Or you can do what will also lead to them is Let's Build, but it's BLD, LETSBLD.com. That'll take you to their PCs as well. And those are really good ones. Like I said, those are ones that I like a lot. Here, you know what? Let me put it. I'll just put it in the chat. There you go. That should that's like I said, that's one that that a lot of my friends will get their systems through. They're really good with customer service. They use a lot of their own parts. Like they manufacture cases, coolers, and motherboards. And I think they like almost exclusively use their own part. Oh, and power supplies. They make power supplies as well. They use almost exclusively their own stuff. So sometimes that can be frustrating if you like to go in and add stuff to your computer, things like that. Because they use CAM, which is their own proprietary software for like controlling fans and lighting and stuff like that. So they've got like their own proprietary connectors and things like that. That can be a little frustrating if you're someone that likes to go in and revamp your PC yourself. But if you're not looking to do that, it's a great company to work with. Rain's computer is mostly NZXT parts. So we have to be very careful about some of the parts that we buy for that. But that was honestly a choice. That's not from like them building it. Like we came in and bought our own parts for that. So like we knew what we were getting into ahead of time. But if you're someone who like wants to get a pre-built and then wants to modify it down the road, there are certain pitfalls you got to worry about running into. But it doesn't sound like you do those kind of things, so you don't have to worry about that. Just as a general rule. About it now, I'm really hoping I didn't. Did that actually take you to where I said it should? Because now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if that actually works anymore. Because that used to be the name of the website, and then they just changed it back to NZXT later. Okay. Good. Like I said, it used to be letsbuild.com, and that was the whole brand for their pre-builts. But that didn't necessarily mean that link still worked. I wanted to make sure that link still worked. So I'm glad you're able to get in and use their configuration. Which there's a lot in there. And if you ever run into any incompatibilities, like you like say you've got a power supply in there that you've got chosen, and then you decide to get a certain GPU and they're not compatible anymore, it will tell you, and it'll have you go through and fix it so that your system actually all works together. So that's a really nice thing that they do. I don't know that everybody does that. I've definitely run into some companies that have not taken the time to yo, hey, these probably don't work together. Are you sure you want to do that? Whereas their system does. Because I know the power requirements for a 4070 and for a 4080 So if you make that upgrade, it can get adjusted. This plow is not behaving the way I want it to. Guess you would call this a plow? Cow catcher? Maybe? That's another, like you would see on the front of a train. Kind of what this also is. It's just not taking up paint the way I want it to. It's coming through a lot splotchier. That might be more of a needing to clean my brush, though. Might be getting too much. Like whenever I go and I clean my brush, I might be getting too much water stuck in the bristles, and so it's thinning too much. That tends to happen. And then if I reactivate the levels below it, which I'm seeing that I'm doing, so I definitely have too much moisture in it, it can even look more splotchy. So I need to clean this brush and dry it out better. I might need a new paper towel. But then again, it might also just be a situation of coming back and fixing this later. Oh, I still have side work to do. I didn't even see that. I still have so much. I have so much left to do. I'm gonna wash the brush real quick. Because it could really use it. Let's. Yeah, much some of these out in this. Oh, okay. Well, stained some of the bristles, but this is a synthetic brush, so that kinda makes sense. To the soap. Okay, I think I'm doing it. Yeah, I think also part of my problem is that my paper towel is soaking. That I wick the water off on, so it might not be doing what I want it to do. Flip that around so that I'm working. I think it's working. And you know what? It looks like the paint is not rubbing off where I've already painted and I'm holding it. That means I did varnish it correctly. That was a concern because my airbrush doesn't work that great anymore. It's mostly an issue with the compressor and not the airbrush. My compressor has a lot of water trapped in it. And as much as I try to purge it, it won't get out. So when I start priming something or something like that, or if I'm using, like I said, I was trying to varnish with the airbrush the other day. It had a lot of water mixed in with it, so I wasn't sure how well the varnish was going to turn out. And it looks like I still did a pretty good job with the side, because it doesn't seem to be getting none of the paint seems to be rubbing away. None of the primer seems to be rubbing away. But I did it okay. I'm not used to varnishing my models as well. Like a lot of my models, I get them painted, and then they go on display or they go in a box or something like that. And I oftentimes don't varnish them. The last one I did was like a custom Illidan that I did, but it's going to be handled by someone who's not me. So that one I had to varnish and make sure that it was going to be okay. My throat's getting scratchy again. I need to take a drink. I keep forgetting to drink. Oh, that's so much better. Oh, and I need more paint. I once again need more paint because there was more remaining on this model than I realized. When I said I'm gonna finish up facing the green before ending the stream. Because I still have the sides to do. I forgot about the sides. So we'll finish the front plow or cow catcher or whatever the proper term for it is. It looks like a cow catcher, not a plow. Like what you would see on the front of a train. It looks more like that than what you would see on like a snowplow or something like that. So, or a bulldozer. Like you don't really see this particular pitch on a bulldozer or a snowplow or anything like that. This is more of what you would see. Yeah. That's a better term. A corpse plow. That's more what this is. It's for mowing people down. Just running them over. Even though the rules don't really work that way. But let's be honest, if you had this thing barreling down on you and it collided, you're gone. I don't care if you're a Space Marine or Aldari or whatever. This thing hits you, it's gonna rip you to shreds. Maybe Necron. Necron might be able to survive this. But, you know, robots. That's also fair, because I do have the plague spewers on the front. And then you got the giant mortar. It's going to be firing who knows what diseases out. So yeah, if you're not dead before it hits you, you're definitely dead when it hits you. And then at the same time, like, it could just be, you know, pushing corpses out of the way. Grind them up so that the rest of the troops can come marching through. Also a viable use for this thing. Yeah, you're right. Corpse plow. I like that. Corpse plow is the right term. I don't care what anybody else, or like what any kind of official word is. Corpse plow is what makes the most sense for this thing. Now, if only I could get an even coat of paint. And again, like I keep like looking over at other sections I've already done and seeing how they're not even either. It's a little infuriating. Seeing any of this stuff just not seeing like obvious streaks where the primer still shows through a little bit, because you don't want the primer showing through anymore, which is happening really a lot right here at this joint. Right here where these two pieces of plastic join together, there's a fair amount of primer that's showing through. Okay, nope, stop losing focus. Work on the corpse plow. I'm not reactivating them. Managing to get enough water out of the brush. So I'm not reactivating lower layers, which is a problem. Reactivating is definitely a problem. It's starting to come together. I'm going to start moving on to the sides here in a minute, so I can just keep progressing. Do another coat this side. Yeah, it's looking good. I'm liking that. Getting a little bit less streaking. And I'm gonna have to come through and do some work around the these pox marks that are supposed to be like boils, fleshy. They're definitely not supposed to be that green. They're supposed to be more of a flesh tone. I might try to do it with the box art just has it as like a regular old flesh tone. I might try to do something that looks a little more irritated, which will take a little bit more blending work that we've already discussed how I don't do well. But I think that would be okay. Let's move on to these sides. There is more of these than I realize. Well, there's not more than I realize. There's just some spots that are kind of hidden. There's going to be a lot of metal. A lot of that copper. There's a lot of copper there. Getting nice base. This dark yellow green. Really look. We're gonna have most of the model. Well, I say most of the model. I have a large portion of them painted, ready to go for the next time we run it and decide to pick this. I say run out of models. We haven't run out of models. I could have picked up a lot of other things. This has just been sitting incomplete on my desk for a while now, and so I wanted to get more of it done. Because, well, and that's just because I love Plague Marine. They're so awesome. I'm currently reading Lords of Silence. I think that's the name of the book. Not very far into it. I'm only like a chapter in, but I'm really enjoying that so far. This little bit of a probably just because there's so many little curves and pockets and like that just irritating. Okay, so that's part of this, so it's to be painted as well. No. Okay. Curious about what I mean. I'm referring to this ear-looking protrusion. because it's a part of this panel. Clearly, so. Oh, getting into an awkward holding stage. Oh, that does not feel good on the wrist. Oh, that feels real bad on the wrist. Kind of the only way I can see up in there. That is a weird kind of strain. I guess I also need to plague spewers. Well, I'm already working on this side, so go ahead and get the. Take a look at my reference that I've got. I don't have a reference on screen, but I have a reference on my desk. I've got the actual instruction booklet. So that's what I'm using as my my Romaine reference right now. Because I do like having Plague Marines done up as as the shot does. I really like the color scheme. You know, that's also why why I decided I wanted to go with my my Gene Seed for my custom chapter to be Mortarion, because I like Mortarion. He's a dick, an absolute bastard, but I still like him. I mean, I'm a bit of a bastard too, so can't really talk. I really like the play. I think I have a full like 2,000 points army of Death Guard that I could actually play the game if I knew the rules. Because I did I did the combat patrol a while back, and then I've also done this the battle force that this came in, and I've done a few individual kits as well. I probably have somewhere in the neighborhood of like 2,500 points of Death Guard, and that's before even painting the Mortarion that I have. He's still in his box. He's still not even built yet, but I have a full Mortarion to build. I've got a whatchamacallit, the demon. Well, yeah, that's what I mean though. Like, but then again, you know, most of the there's a lot of other issues with Primarchs than that. But yeah, I mean, if you read his like Primarch novel, it kind of makes sense like why he hated Psychers so much. And then I think it was kind of the whole being a Psyker was forced onto him by Nurgle. Because before that, he kind of didn't really, but yeah, no, like, yeah, you're right. Supporting the Nikeo Accords and then becoming a Psyker, yeah, total dick move, 100%. But then again, like, if you think about it, like, the Emperor, like, even needing to, like, have that whole issue and not just explain to the Primarchs like, hey, here's the dangers of why you need to be careful with them. As opposed to just being like, blanket, no, don't use it. Because otherwise, Magnus might not have fucked up the way that he did. I don't think that he wouldn't have not fucked up. I just think he wouldn't have fucked up the way he did. Yeah. Yeah, there were a lot of issues with the Emperor there, like during the heresy. And then I think they just got worse whenever he, like... Well, I don't want to say that because that's kind of spoilery. But there's definitely events where he just got worse. Leading into the 40k events. That does not look that to look. All right. I probably need to hop off here in a second. But we'll get to that. I might be able to at least get this side. Finish base coating maybe off camera. Green. I'm not going to do any of the other colors. That side looks good. It's holding it. All right. Just a wee bit more, and we'll be done. I got more done on this side earlier than I thought. But I don't think I'm gonna get a full. I don't think I'm gonna get a full base coat done with none of the primer showing through. I can get this. And I found out the other day. So I know I'm pretty sure you were here for it, Ghost. We looked into it after the last stream. My account is not old enough for me to be able to raid, so I won't be able to send you over to anybody else once this is over. Because it looks like I have to be active for at least 30 days before I'm allowed to raid. And my account's like right at a week old. Yeah. Like the day before my first stream is whenever I created the account, so I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be able to raid until May 23rd. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to send you over to anybody else. It lets me accept raids. Like, obviously, it lets me accept raids. It just won't let me send any raids. Which is kind of a bummer. I would like to be able to raid other people. I'd like to, I know it's only, 1 or 2 people that I'd be sending, but I'd still like to be able to. Makes me feel more, legitimate, if that makes sense. But, yeah. So I'll be finishing up here pretty soon. Once I finish getting this coat down. Like I said, I am not gonna be able to get all of the primer. Oh, is it? Or do I have to have the 50 before I can raid? Well, if I have to have 50 before I can raid, it's gonna be a while. Because it is rough getting that follower count up. But I appreciate you following, man. What? Yes. Yes, you're right. I do have to have that. There's another thing I have not met yet that I need to. I have to get to I have to have a certain number of hours, or I have to have streamed at least 7 days in a certain period of time. And within like a 30-day period, I have to have streamed for 7 days. I haven't reached that yet. I might probably reach that today because it bases that on GMT. And GMT, I think I crossed the midnight mark almost an hour ago. So it technically thinks of me as having streamed 2 different days today. So I think I'm going to hit the 7-day mark today, and then I also have to have the 50 for affiliate. And I also have to have within a certain period of time an average number of chatters, and a couple of other things. And like I've met some of the requirements already. It's that 50. It's that 50 that's going to be rough. But yeah, we're working on it slowly but surely. I'm not expecting to hit that anytime soon. Like I said, I'm enjoying streaming. I'm enjoying chatting with you, and I'm good with that for right now. I would love to hit affiliate, but it's not a short-term goal, if that makes sense. I've got other things that are more short-term. Like Rain, basically every stream, Rain comes up with like a list of like 10 different items that I need to focus on before the next stream. And I have run out of green paint, and there's so little left to do for an initial base coat that I'm gonna end it there. I've really appreciated you hanging out with me, Ghost. Anybody else who's lurking about, I appreciate you being here. I would really appreciate a follow if you're down for that. If not, I understand. But I would like to. I would love it if you would follow me. I will be back. Yeah, it's definitely some good progress. I will be back at this on Thursday at 2:30 Central Time. I want to say that is. Oh yeah, no. You want me to talk about PCs? I can do that for hours, man. Yeah, we'll be back at 2:30 Central Time. That's 8:30 GMT or 20:30 GMT. There's seems to be a lot of European that comes in through here. I know you can base GMT a little bit easier than you can Central. Ghost, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to base off of Central Time. Like I said, it's 2:30 in the afternoon on Thursday. And thanks for hanging out, and I'll see y'all next stream.